चलो भाई स्टार्ट करते हैं अभी तो प्रैक्टिस ही करें
Match found.
इनकी मतलब
Death match. Warm up.
कैसे कैसे भाई Backstab.
They think themselves are equals? They are mistaken.
Fight.
It begins. Okay.
उससे क्या हो गया भाई नाइस वेरी नाइस
So long. One less. 3 down.
Oh, hello, hello, hello.
Hostile down.
Karina.
Scratch one.
Oh, hey, hello, hello, Silebot. Hey. Silent. Gee.
Target down.
किधर है भाई? It's already down.
3 down. Four down.
किधर है भाई? किधर है? किधर? सारे से। ओ भाई क्या कर रहा हूँ?
Ten kills remaining.
मत मारा रे मेरे।
5 kills remaining.
भाई ये तो करीब में है।
Kill confirmed. Gecko down.
यार इसको मारो
One
भाई।
kill
मैं
remaining.
सेट यार ठीक है। ये किधर था भाई? कब से दिख नहीं रहा था भाई।
Problem solved.
साले यार मार दिया भाई ने। मार
There's room for
जी भाई
improvement.
जी।
Why not start now?
भाई जो भी देख रहा प्लीज सब्सक्राइब करो यार। ने
Match found.
फाउंड फाउंड लोटस बढ़िया मैप है।
Watch anyway. My crew is coming through.
जल्दी पिक करो।
क्यों भाई? जल्दी
जल्दी
क्यों? जल्दी क्यों
जल्दी
पिक करना है भाई?
मेरे को समझ नहीं आता तुम स्टार्ट करके जाते कहाँ?
घूमने जाते हैं भाई वो लोग। घूमने जाते हैं भाई लोगों।
हाँ यार, अरे चैम्बर लेना। तो दिस इज टू फन
यार
है ना। अरे वैसे सबने पिक कर लिया, इस बायस को छोड़ दिया।
रेस दिया। चलो
हाँ और तू भी लो।
अबे चेम्बर ले लिया। लॉक इन।
कितना टाइम है रे शिफ्ट प्ले में, तो कम से कम जल्दी स्टार्ट कर दो।
अरे बहुत लेट चालू होता है भाई इसमें प्ले। ओके तो क्या हो गया
ये
भाई?
झुक के रहना पड़ेगा तुम लोगों मेरे सामने।
कौन बोल रहा है
हो
भाई?
जाऊंगा।
बोल कौन रहा है भाई? नाइस वन भाई। E1 154।
Chamber, I'm here to fight. Whatever you're scheming.
हो जा भाई, जल्दी जल्दी हो जा।
ब्रो आपको चुटकी नहीं मिलेगी, बट आपको चुटकी ऐसे बताएं क्या बोल रहा हूँ मैं।
जेट जेट क्या?
चुटकी
जेट
चुटकी
क्या
चुटकी
बोल रहा है भाई?
ठीक है।
जेट जेट पागल हो गया क्या?
और लेकिन क्या है, कोई पता है, चुटकी तो कुछ मिल ही जाएगी।
जेट पागल हो गया क्या? कुछ भी बोल रहा है।
आपको मिली है वैसे। ओह माय गॉड यार, अगर बच्चा हुआ लड़की हुई ना इस टीम में।
एक लो को ओ दे देना। क्या हो? क्या बोल रहा है?
निकलो तुम्हारी टीम में है क्या भाई? इसमें इसका माइक भी बंद है।
और पुटाने दे दो भाई पहले मेरे को, बाद में देखेंगे। अरे भाई
Yeah, it's like that.
ब्रो व्हाट?
बैक से
अच्छा तुम्हारा माइक खुला है क्या? अरे
Spike
डिजर्व।
planted.
ब्रो मेरा रेप हुआ है पता है अभी।
ये नियॉन किधर घूम रहा है इनका?
आपका भी होगा, आपका भी होगा। अरे कैसे नहीं हुआ?
Up you go. Dizzy has
ए
targets.
Last
भाई
player standing.
गलती गलती गलती।
ब्रो मेरे हेटर्स इतनी जल्दी क्यों बनते हैं? क्लोव तो मेरा हेटर है ना। डिजर्व।
This place is nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's win.
तुझे पता है मैं किस कंडीशन में था?
किस
एक
कंडीशन में
बंदा
थे?
गेट को तोड़ने जा रहा है। भाई मैं इसको तोड़े जा रहा हूँ, ये बी लिंक वाला। ये टूटने का नाम नहीं ले रहा। इतना मर गया।
आज
लो
किस
व्हाई यू हेट मी ब्रो? व्हाई?
आज किस
मैंने कुछ कहा आपको? आपने बस मेरी 70 सेकंड वेस्ट
गंजा
करा दी।
मार्केट खेलने आया है क्या टीम में? क्या पता क्या कर रहा है जेट, मेरे को नहीं समझ रहा।
यस ब्रो। नो फकिंग
भाई ये
वे।
क्यों मर रहे
नो।
हैं?
टेक माय गन ब्रो, टेक माय गन इफ यू वांट टू टेक गो बी एंड देन यू कैन टेक।
भाई किसके बैकग्राउंड में आवाज आ रहा है? V3
एक्चुअली मेरा फर्स्ट मैच है दिन का, तो मैं थोड़ा खराब खेल सकता हूँ, बट आप ट्राई।
Spike planted. Last player standing.
लेना लो। वो
और
मैं होता मैं भी क्लोन को ही मारता।
Get go. I'll protect wingmen with my life.
टेक माय गन। देखो आई हैव दिस गन। अरे होल्ड। एंड आई हैव दिस गन, सो व्हिच वन? अच्छा ओके ओके।
इसके पास बंडल सीन है।
Need a drop. Thanks.
पहले लिख आई लव यू जेट लिख, आई लव यू जेट लिख। तूने मेरे डिजर्व लिखा था ना, लिख जल्दी, लिख चैट में जल्दी।
मेरे को देना भाई, मेरे को देना।
Need a drop.
जल्दी जल्दी। अरे
इसके बाद सी जाएंगे, सी जाएंगे।
Drop in a smoke.
ये आ गया।
Dizzy's up top. Someone's there.
Spike planted.
बच्चे भाई क्या कर रहे हैं?
Fire in the hole.
Last player standing.
जी भाई जी। बैक स्टेप।
Last round.
Let me
Before the
go.
switch.
Need a drop. Use everything.
जल्दी 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 जल्दी
जेट दे दे दे, जेट जेट
जल्दी जल्दी। तो बाय देगा उसे मिलेगा।
दे दे भाई।
Need a drop.
अब आप बाय दो बाय।
भाई बस हो गया अभी, तीन को पहनना ही पड़ेगा भाई। मेरा आवाज ठीक आ रहा है क्या भाई? गंदा आ रहा है बहुत।
Who's next?
अरे भाई तो मैं क्या किया कौन मारन का टॉप फ्रैगर को ओवन
Multiple enemies A. My ult's ready. I'm out of here.
Spike down A.
Go, go, go.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Here we go. Here.
One enemy remaining.
Not a shot.
Switching sides.
Now we start a winning streak of our own, eh? Go, 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 go.
अरे मैंने पता है अभी 3 दिन पहले लिए भाई लोन ले लिया मैंने अरे मजाक कर पर चाहिए था जो मैंने फैंटम की स्किन लिए ना उसके 2 दिन बाद प्रीलोड आ गई जिसका मैं 3 महीने से वेट कर रहा था क्या मेरे को लगा यार ले ही लेता हूँ
I'm out of here. Shot in a smoke.
Dizzy's up. Somebody's there.
Enemy A.
There's my buddy.
Gotta go. Enemy spotted A. We're good.
Not the spike, Wings.
कह रहा था ना एक बार हाथ गर्म हो गया ना तो
Spike plant. Back to me.
Go, go, go.
क्या तुक्का है फिनिक्स का तुक्का आरएनजी का तुक्का लगा है
Go, go, go.
नाइस वन
Enemy spotted A.
Last player standing.
नो ब्रो थ्रो कैसे हो गए
One enemy remaining.
एंटी एंटी कोई
No peek, no peek.
भाई मैंने 2 बंदे मारे ठीक है मैंने 2 बंदे मारे अब मुझे कोई कुछ नहीं कहेगा
Match point.
या
See what's there.
क्लोज टू था वो 2 था तेरे जैसे था
Does anyone have funds?
अरे मजाक करे
Need a drop. Thanks. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Here. No peeking.
Up and away.
Watch out. Gotta go.
Sana, sana.
Spike drop.
I got the spike. Wingman's gonna plant spike.
Someone's in defending spawn.
Sit down. Spike's digging.
go.
Thanks, little man. And good.
I'm outta
Rash
here.
is ready.
Reloading.
You did good.
One enemy remaining.
I'm out of here.
हैं
One more. Sorry,
तेरे को
buddy,
लगा
it's
वो यहाँ
over.
है बट वो यहाँ नहीं था
Let's go.
वो वहाँ
I got things to do. Go, go, go. Drop. Thanks. Need a drop. Gotta go. Come on in. Go, go, go. Shocking. Watch this. We're good. Gotta go.
Wingman's planting. I got you. There's my buddy.
Who's next?
मैंने हगा तुम मत हगना
Enemy spotted C.
Peace.
चैम्बर मेरे की बात समझ ही नहीं है। तुम वाटरफॉल क्यों देख रहे थे जब बंदा यहाँ
So,
था?
do we mix it up? Double down? Let's talk.
I'm out of here. Need a drop. Thanks.
ओह नाइस, सही कहा भाई। रियल लाइफ में वाटरफॉल तो नहीं देखा हूँ।
Go, go, go. Rock it.
Someone's there.
Have one of these. Enemy A.
They are so dead.
Gotta go.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Is ready.
हैं?
I got the spike.
Go fast bro, वो
Drop in a smoke.
भाई वो नशेड़ी है भाई, वो रेस वो कुछ भी मार रहा है पता है। लव यू वर्ल्ड बेस्ट शॉट ये।
Last player standing.
Like I never left.
अरे इतना दूर चला, फेक है। जा 2 गोली का, जा। हे भगवान।
Clutch. Defenders win. Match found.
Watch anyway. My crew is coming through.
चले गए वो लोग, नहीं खेल पाऊंगा अभी। भाई इसका लेवल देख से
I will work with you, Raider. I don't have to like it.
You'll work with me.
Go, go, go. I'm out of here. I'm out of here.
They planted.
Go, go, go!
Shadows traveling.
I'm out of here.
Dizzy's up top. Somebody's there.
Go, go, go!
Once the person is dead.
Spike down A.
Take this! Go, go!
Hey, them.
Defender spawn. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
थोड़ा वेट कर लेता भाई हो जाता था आराम.
Clutch.
Nice.
Omen, you are a capable fighter. Okay, that is all.
Gotta go! Go, go, go!
I will be their nightmare. Cover going out.
Up the way.
Shutting them down.
Got the spike, Wings. Spike's ticking. Thanks, little man.
Target sighted made.
Back to me.
Last player standing.
I will fulfill my purpose.
फिर से जाएंगे.
Careful here.
I'm out of here!
देख के गए.
Knife deployed. Cover going out.
Wingman's gonna plant spike.
Reloading.
Spike planted. Thanks, Wings.
Here.
One enemy remaining.
Cover going out.
A.
कौन कैसे भाई?
Last round in the half.
Don't be cheap.
Gotta go!
Spend it all before it's gone.
I'm out of here! Gotta go! Gotta go!
Here.
Want to play? Let's play.
Dizzy's up. One by one. Spike down
80
mid.
80 भाई वन टैप मार रहा है भाई वो तो
Last player standing. Switching sides.
Go, go, go!
You're mine right now.
Last player standing.
They think they know pain. They can't begin to comprehend it.
Go, go, go!
Spike down A. Last player standing. Spike planted. Match point.
Hi! Fight's not over, you know. Gotta go!
I'll show them. Lintik kayo.
No sweat.
Spike
down.
down B. One enemy remaining.
I'm out of here! Reloading! Go, go, go!
Sana, sana.
Enemy and attacker spawn. I'm out of here!
Feels good, doesn't it? Now do it again.
Go, go, go! Gotta go! I'm out of here!
B
You want to play? Let's play.
B, B, B. All B.
Go, go.
One by one. Spike down B. Last player standing.
Right. Nice one.
Attackers win. Match found.
Aakele way. My crew is coming through.
Nobody escapes me, but they'll try.
Dizzy's up top. Dizzy has targets. Careful here.
Here.
I got you. I got you. Plant the spike.
Enemy shot dart.
Plant the spike.
Shot dart. Planted the spike. Many enemies. Reload. Reloading. Revealing area. Found them.
enemy remaining.
Don't worry. Got you.
Cypher, I'm sorry it has come to this.
Hey, if we can do it once, we can do it again.
All right.
Track them down.
Dizzy's up!
Reload.
Scanning ahead.
Someone's mid.
Careful here.
Right here.
You did good.
Push, push, push.
One less.
Up and away. Dizzy has targets.
Spike
I know
down B.
Too slow. That's three. Going up. Reloading.
30 seconds left.
Careful now.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Ten seconds left.
Tell me what you have learned, Cypher. Oh, sorry. I meant us. Please tell us.
My eyes will tip the balance.
They are so
Let's go!
dead.
Somebody's there.
There they are.
Reloading.
Back to me. Careful here. Folded.
Camera taken.
Dizzy's up top. Go! Spike carrier's down.
Spike down B.
Enemy spotted.
One enemy
Plant,
remaining.
plant, plant. Gecko plant.
On the spike. Spike planted. It's a shame you had to die, but you are not part of my bigger picture.
Last round before the switch.
Buy all you need.
अबे गेको गेको तेरे पास पोकेमोन है, तू भेजना स्पाइक को। अरे तूने दे दिया अभी।
Bonne chance, mes amis.
आई क्यों नहीं देगा तो
Up and away.
My ult is ready.
There's my buddy.
Shot down.
One enemy remaining.
Wingman's planting. Begins. Thanks, little man.
I am the hunter! It is done. Shock dart.
Switching sides.
Y'all better keep up.
I'm done with Cypher Signal.
Let's go.
Found you.
Spike planted.
No, you don't. Someone is A. Put down. Gone. Here.
It is over.
Match point.
Nah, this is light work. We're chilling.
My intel is their obstacle.
Enemies B.
Shock there. Shock dart.
Spike down B.
Enemy spotted.
One enemy remaining.
Come on, let's go!
Right here.
On my mark.
Revealing area.
Defenders win.
You were in my way, so this was inevitable.
Match found.
Échale way. My crew is coming through.
How many truths has their omen uncovered? Whatever he knows, it will be mine. Yes.
Reloading.
Go on my mark. Shadows traveling.
Reloading.
Grenade!
Dizzy's up top. I'm out. I'm out.
I have the flash.
He's dead.
Spike down A. Last player standing. Spike down A.
Time to jump.
One enemy remaining.
Out of charges. Cutting through.
We do what we do. Get back to chilling.
There.
Here.
I'm out.
Cover going out.
Bomb buddy out. Grenade!
Up we go.
Here.
Someone plant the spike, Wings. Spike planted. You did good. I got you. I got you. Dizzy's up. Dizzy has targets.
Spotted A.
Satchel out. Satchel out. Enemy's going A.
Last player standing.
Gotcha.
One enemy remaining.
Those fools just wasted their advantage.
There.
Go on my mark. Here.
Take control.
Enemy spotted B.
Satchel out.
Satchel out. Enemy spotted B.
Wingman's gonna plant spike. Spike sticking. Thanks, little man. Right there. Saw you, Mosh.
Idiot. My ult's ready.
Where shall we go, Riftwalker? They cannot watch everywhere at once.
Omen, let's flank them.
Go get 'em.
Reloading.
Satchel out.
Satchel out.
Here.
Dizzy's up top.
My ult ready.
Wingman's planting. Sana. Spike plant. Back to me.
Gun here.
Time to jump.
Joke's over! You're dead!
There. Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining.
Grenade.
Ready.
Reloading.
You don't mess with my crew.
Zuko better watch their backs.
Cover going out.
Prepare for hellfire!
Enemy spotted A.
Up and away.
My
territory,
my rules.
Got him. Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
I have the spike.
Last
Spike carrier
player
is down.
standing.
Bomb buddy out. Grenade.
Clutch. Let's flush them out.
Shadows traveling. Cover going out.
Grenade! Satchel out.
Creature killer's dead.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
All right, homies, chill. We'll go again. Damn, you love being here. Like, way too much. Spike's here.
Spike's here.
There.
Spike's here.
Spike here.
Try not to die. Cutting through.
Enemy spotted
Reloading.
A.
Somebody's there.
Enemy. I'll handle this. Enemy spotted B. Brimstone's dead. Spike planted.
It's all you, little homie.
One enemy remaining.
Decoy.
Careful here.
You tried to be a hero.
Great job.
Let's reset. Deep breaths and all that.
Reloading. Let's make some chaos.
Shadows traveling. Shadows traveling. Here.
Enemy spotted A.
Dizzy's up top.
Gecko, spike, 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 spike.
Did good.
Gecko.
Spike dropped.
I got
Spike down A.
Enemy spotted A.
Last player standing.
alt. And again,
Move in after I strike. That's when they're weak.
yeah, all be. Go plan B. Plan B open.
I'll cut
Plan
through.
B. Plan B open. Race can go back flank.
Cover going out.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Wrong, buddy.
Stealing sight. Enemy spotted.
Up and away. Plant the spike, Wings. They shot my wingman.
Cover going out.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
None of my stuff has malfunctioned yet. Can we celebrate that?
Go on my mark.
Spike, common spike. Give it to Biko, give it to Biko. Give it to Biko.
Go on my mark.
Find that rhythm.
Time to jump.
Shadows traveling.
Reloading.
Up you go.
Reloading.
Scatter.
Carrier's dead.
Spike down B.
Reloaded.
Stealing sight.
I got the spot. I'll handle this. I'm back.
Last player standing. Spike down mid.
कर खेलने का मूड
Gear up, stay safe. We're going back in. There.
Let's see how it goes.
Shadows traveling.
मेरे फ्लैश को
Dizzy's up top.
Enemy spotted A.
Reloading.
अरे भाई
Wingman's gonna plant spike. Spike's ticking. Thanks, little man.
Cutting through.
There's my buddy.
नेक्स्ट स्टेप आएंगे दो
Grenade!
Oh shit.
There.
Spawn.
ओके
Prepare for hellfire!
पागल है क्या भाई
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Ready.
Nice.
Call out sick next time, yeah?
Last round in the half.
Time to spend this cash.
There.
भाई भी नहीं बी पे और ये अबे यार सोवा का भाई यूरू रेना को तो बचाता एटलीस्ट
Last player standing.
My potter broke.
क्या
Switching sides.
My burden never ends.
Time to show up.
Back soon.
Shadows traveling.
तू पीछे आ भाई
Up and away. Spike down A.
अरे यार क्या हो रहा है भाई फालतूगिरी हो रही है यार भाई वन टैप ले रहा है भाई वो क्या बोल
One enemy remaining.
निकल गया नहीं वो निकल गया ऐसे
Time to jump.
ओ फाइनली भाई
The dimensional fabric here is thin. I'll tear through.
Go on my mark. Watching here.
हाँ
Back soon.
भाई कल वॉच पार्टी करेंगे
Enemy spotted. A.
क्यों भाई क्यों पे कोई नहीं है खाली बी जाएंगे मिड टू बी करेंगे ये लोग श्योर भाई
Spike planted.
भाई बोला था मिड टू बी करने वाले लोग ये इतना लॉन्ग से क्यों खेल रहे हैं भाई
Dizzy has targets. Wingman's on defuse.
One enemy remaining.
Wingman's down. Right there.
कवर में वन डीप
Reloading.
भाई जो भी देख रहा है प्लीज सब्सक्राइब करो यार
They don't have a single life worth saving. Gun here.
किली नहीं हो रहे 10 किली मेरे पास
I'll return.
ठीक है भाई यूरू पीछा मत अरे यार
Gone here.
भाई ए पे प्लांटिंग है। जी भाई
Spike planted.
Stealing sight.
नहीं मारा ना भाई, क्या भाई।
Last player standing.
टू लॉन्ग।
Grenade. Loosen up.
दोनों भी लॉन्ग है भाई।
Satchel out. Satchel out.
भाई उसके सामने जाके भाई
Okay, I
क्या
only
कर
have
रहा है
like
क्या मालूम भाई।
78 grenades left. Hopefully that's enough.
I'll return.
You're nothing. My ult's ready. Enemy spotted A.
क्यों भाई यूरो आगे जाके खेल रहा है। मैं ही गलती कर रहा हूँ भाई।
Joke's over! You're dead!
3v3
One enemy remaining.
नाइस वन।
Spike down A. Last player standing.
बाइक पड़ा है रेना के पास, आराम से। नो फूड
Satchel out. Satchel out.
गया
30
लेके गए
seconds left.
राइट में। टी प्लांट
10 seconds left. Spike planted.
ये रे रे श्योर। भाई क्या कर रहा था फिर। लॉल हो गया भाई
Never show
लॉल।
weakness. Ever.
यहाँ से नहीं लूंगा भाई, मारते ये लोग मेरे को। चालू हो गया यार मैच तो, मैच तो चालू हो गया। एक बार देखते चलो वॉच पार्टी।
My ult's ready. Enemy spotted A.
Spike down
तो
A.
पता है यार पोजीशन मेरी साले को, नेक्स्ट मेरी पोजीशन पता है यार।
Spike planted.
Fake teleport.
आंट होने के बाद भी क्यों इतना रुक रहे हैं लोग, मेरे को वो नहीं समझ रहा।
Satchel out. My
territory, my
भाई ओमन दिखा है इसको यार.
Last player standing.
नहीं यार ये कुछ काम का नहीं भाई, ये कुछ काम का नहीं है.
Look your enemy in the eye. It helps with accuracy.
पुश करना पड़ेगा अभी लगता है. हाँ भाई आज भी 22 तक है.
Jump them. Back soon.
पार्टी
Enemy spotted mid.
पकड़ना.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
I'll take it. My buddy's defusing.
9.
Deep breaths, everyone. Your hearts are pounding.
Time to explode.
Back soon.
Joke's over! You're dead! Prepare for hellfire!
dropped.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Shame. I love explosions.
Reloading. I'll make them remember. They're only human.
पैसा किसी के पास भी नहीं बचा. ऑल वेन द तो
Ándale.
There.
B, let's go B.
Spike planted.
See ya.
My territory, my rules.
Wingman's defusing.
Last player standing.
Bye.
Match point.
They want to dance? I'll lead.
गलत जगह पे यूज कर रहा है वो।
Hit them when they're not looking.
I'll handle this. Many enemies B.
Spike down B.
Spike there. Phoenix killed.
One enemy remaining.
Cuate.
Hi! I'm pissed!
Mosh pit. Couldn't just be friends, huh?
Don't stop fighting. You must keep
जोन
going.
बहुत डेंजर आया था भाई। कीपर ने तो मेरे को फाड़ दिया था पूरी तरह से। यहाँ से जीत गए ना, बहुत बड़ा कमबैक होगा। All if then smoke। दे दे भाई, स्मोक दे दे।
Cutting through.
Smoke. Hey.
ए अबे बॉडी ब्लॉक मत कर भाई।
Joke's over! You're dead!
80 ब्रीमोर 160 फिनिक्स।
Reloading. Decoy. Time to jump.
Spike planted.
क्या कर रहे यार ये लोग भाई।
Charges.
Last player standing.
वो एक स्प्रे में दो भी निकल जाते यार। हट।
Attackers win.
भाई लगा लेता तक के।
And not long for this one, great little shock dart that catches the KO out, and Zekin has not got much to do. So Sam do fork over 5 ult orbs to Billy here in this anti-eco.
Cleaned up with these, the actual guns brought into that round, recovered as well from Billy, so
तब तक वॉच पार्टी देख लेते रे बाबा।
Sentinels are going to be on their first full fly.
ये चालू है यार, मैं ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं हुआ है।
I'm so low on HP then.
So it's a stack for Sen over on the A side that doesn't really pan out. Billy just, Spidey senses tingling, they opt not to commit there. And they make the right call in the end. Rifles in hands now. Still a Marshall for Neff, Guardian for Rushia. Levies for the Bulldog. Wisey takes a big hit early. And my goodness, the audacity to stand and fight that. Ends up being a trade. Happy enough with that for the attack side on your bonus.
Kano wanted to go for more swing off of that, but didn't actually have a second player to then go with him, so that offers an opportunity for Sen to even things up. Not without two of their additional players, though, Zelsis and Bang taking a significant amount of damage. Again, Zekin is just going to take advantage of these teleports on any decent opportunity he can find on defense, get into these angles that other players couldn't.
Of course, he has his own variation on the poison orb. One way that we see. So we'll be slowed down, BLG, towards green. They might are up to pull the pin on this one. Alarm bot in mid, so this would spot out any BLG attempt to thrust up that part of the map, and then have 2 players distributed a day.
Just hoping that acquiring that orb, the sound from it will keep Sen to some extent distracted. them
30 seconds left.
steadfast on that B site for this late pivot over towards A, where you do have Bang, John stacked up. They want to anchor. These are entrenched positions.
Bang No's got a good little line around it one way. Russia, how?
The jump peek?
2 headshots. Absurd against Liquid. Russia also incredible game from him. Big step up and in a pivotal role on this harbor. Cracks that A site open.
That play should not be happening. That is not realistic. What on earth? We're going to need to see the replay of that one. I believe he gets the spike down as well, so he's just 2 orbs away now from the Reckoning and off on the hunt even. Bonus round being converted on attack. We have seen this map be pretty attack favored since coming back in the pool with just A-hit slams, especially when you have the harbor. It's so oppressive. It's so difficult to get back in those sites.
Russia belatedly now going for some extra guns. Knows there's a very likely going to be a turret awaiting him in kitchen. And I'm getting deja vu. This is reminiscent of Sen's start against Wolves on split. They lose the pistol and the bonus, and then the timeouts start rolling in as they look for an answer.
Yeah, they just did not come into that game yesterday looking warmed up at all. It took until that second half. It took until Narrate stepped up, wins a clutch, inspires the rest of his teammates with some confidence. That is unreal. Little micro snap.
I mean, that is land Valorant at its best.
He cannot believe that happened. And I don't blame him, because neither can I. BLG also, because they just carried over such weak weapons into that bonus, look at the amount of rifles they recovered. Look at their economy already. 4 players at 5K or so.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of work for Sen to try and keep a lid on this and to get us narrated. Embroiled in an early engagement. YZ doubles down.
7-1 for him already. YZ is a relentless player. He only holds down W. He will always go for more. Even if there's not util to support him, he'll just play off whatever he's got. He's going to always take the fight to you.
And that right now is learning that the hard way. No chance to deploy any of that Gecko util falling early. John's about to swing this from lower rafter. Does he have a timing on Knight? Gives himself up.
And in the meantime, yeah, look at Neff. He has worked his way up tube again. This turret has been watching this position. So if he goes a bit further, he's going to have to break that. The rest of Billy making a late round pivot towards B. This has been the name of the game for them so far. Send that one lurker, typically Neff, get some space, which he succeeded at. Pressure the other side of the map with a pack and then pivot back.
Second tried to put that one way back up there. Wyatt, but it looks like Billy a little bit too fast for him. Caught out of green here by this Nano Swarm, and Levius is affected by the paranoia. So Zekin decides to tuck in Snowman. Sen want to take a pitched engagement here after the plant.
Oh, it is dangerous. Their harbor is down, so they don't have that additional high tide to actually obscure the view from these angles. And Zekin takes full advantage of that. Just not enough power to keep that Viper wall up, so K9 can actually get away.
Challenging the dig BLG out of these entrenched positions around the B side. Zelsis, though, does get a spot. That 0 point was pretty helpful. Does he drop down and take a fight? He's looking for a gun barrel. Sees it on the right, but Neff's too quick with the left side swing. John will flash himself out here. Zekin had to take that yellow fight, and John succeeds. It's all on Wisey now. A great start to the round, but he can't quite land the plane. That is a hard-fought round for Sentinels to win. And it's very costly to get the defenders into the game.
Steady hands there of John and a couple well-placed flashes to allow him to get back in that sight. Take out Levius, who was in a deep, entrenched position, tucked in that corner. That was Sentinels fully forced into the round after saving a couple rifles on the prior. If this had been converted by BLG, massive lead would have been taken.
So much of this is built off the absence of Russia. None of that harbor util to make it that much more difficult for Sen to locate these anchored positions from BLG.
Yeah, K-Note's inability to escape after planting that spike was his undoing. That was nice from Zekin. Obviously, this BLG economy is out of control. They're going to keep buying, and they love just swinging from belt. Aggression with that cascade, covering up some of the potential dangerous angles. Just that standard harbor util to open up the round, send that forward, deny the defenders from the ease of getting that orb.
But even if they lose this round, BLG have that economy from such a sick start to keep the pressure on. Here's an Al drone narrating a pretty aggressive position, and Bang is there to follow up.
I mean, that is the most YZ-coded YZ play. Oh, I know where he is. Time to swing. I mean, just... And hey, so far, it's been working for him. I cannot blame him whatsoever.
It's been the same spot he's played from, though, and Sen had a high-low setup with Bang there, just pushing around pipe. BLG there maybe just overplayed their hand a little bit, and we're running low on time. 43 seconds left in the round. No duelist up for BLG.
And F does break that alarm button. You can see it has drawn some attention from the defenders of Sen. Both initiators pivoting towards that boiler position, mid position, and now the util is coming through from Billy to get into this site. When Rusia gets the spike down here, if he can get it down, and should in the Cove, he's going to have the reckoning for the post plant. That could be enough to convert a 4 versus 5.
Playing from the Cove instead, Obster. Head up to Crow's Nest. He'll be posted up on 410. Sen, all 5 guns in the game for a retake. A very flash-heavy composition. First, it's a bit of information. Thrash is going to go ahead, see what he can spot out. Rushia's on top of 410, and he'll be brought down by Bang. He's been very snappy in these rounds. Nightfall's by the wayside. Now it's Neff and Levius who have to play from a long distance. Neff, IGL, all on his own, and that is stunning. It's up to Zelsus and John to bring him down, but John's on the defuse, still gets the job done. Ironclad nerds to keep the stick. Neff exits with 4, but not the round win.
Brutal damage done to Sen. Look at their economy there. Coming into this, it's pretty appalling, and they're staring down the barrel of multiple ults. That reckoning wasn't actually used by Rusia. Didn't have the opportunity. Was a little bit focused, perhaps too much so on getting kills. He was posted up top here. And Bang exploits the lack of anyone being able to trade for him. Just gets an isolated 1v1. And from there, it's all too easy for the rest of the Sen players to pull back in, immediately pressure the spike. That was well played, but now they're in serious danger of getting put onto an eco.
The Andron again to dissuade, narrates pretty forward positioning here off the rip. Okay, a Cascade thrown out here, but BLG are behind it. Moving to B early this time.
BLG have been getting pretty free control of B main, and you can see that they're leaving the orb. They're going to give it to K-Knight. He's going to have the Hunter's Fury.
Delsis here has to play safely as he can. Harbor Wall to follow up on the Viper one. The BLG under the cover of all of this site. Obscuring util will have their plant.
Just walking through. He's just walking through the walls.
But he can. He's not walking into a high-low setup like he was the previous round. It's that singular player of Zelsus. And he wasn't even in an aggressive spot. Viper's bit to follow up here. Zekin found YC.
Will not slow down. He's just going to keep fighting.
Maybe that's exactly what Sen are hoping for. They've evened up the odds now. Okay. Here's an ultimate.
Nice one.
Has to respect the fragment, stepping to the side of it now, still occupied his pit, but takes a big hit down to 30. It's dangerous. She thrives in these circumstances. The spray is good. 2 for the Harbor. Levy is now playing from Crow's Nest.
Okay,
on the low ground, but all these
oh,
ultimates.
bye.
It's too much to handle. BLG close a round out.
That is just YZ opening up the round with a great kill onto Zelsus, always going to hunt for more. But ultimately, in that retake situation, there's just too much util remaining, too many ults remaining for the Billy side. Once this pick goes down before John is able to use the null command, they are in a horrific situation to get back in. And look, going into this, we're looking at a YZ that throughout stage 1 was able to be the highest ACS, highest kills per round player in China.
टाइम आउट हो गया भाई टाइम आउट
Farm some of the lower
टाइम भाई भाई कौन सेंटिनल या बिल्ली गेमिंग बिल्ली गेमिंग Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Kaplan said yesterday. Execute. one of one.
कल और परसों जीती थी ना टीम, उनसे मैच लगी है। परसों एक जीती थी और कल एक जीती थी। सेंटिनल और बिली गेमिंग और पीजेएनजी और पेपर एक्स लगेगा मैच, नेक्स्ट मैच। आकले क्या है? ओ भाई नाइस वन यार, गेको बच गया। क्या भाई, क्या देख रही? ELG भाई तोड़ रही इनको।
Engagements with bad weapons, you're just absolutely fried, and that's going to be Billy's economy thriving in the latter part of this first half. Serious control of this.
भाई एक ने तो पीछे देखना चाहिए था यार।
Glad that all of those ultimates have been expended over the last couple rounds.
These early explorations for Billy been pretty effective, often pivoting away from a bomb site once they gain enough info. Now we're headed over towards the B direction, and as always, Nev trying to play through mid, but this time John is ready, playing from Boiler.
Oh, Zekin just unaware of what's going on, and Zelsis tries to swing in for him. They end up going 2 for 2. Not a horrendous result. Safety in the cove to get this spike down for Russia. How do Billy want a position right now? They're going back into B main. Why is he going far away? It looks like he wants to try to re-wrap through mid. The danger is the spike isn't exactly planted for him, so he's going to have to pick up the pace and get really deep towards that site.
Wow, up onto the tube, but he's made a bunch of noise, and Bang is ready for him.
3v2
Two players over here towards yellow.
3v2 ये कौन जीतेगा भाई?
John is readying a pop off this flash. Russia moves in.
Oh god.
That is ungodly from Russia. In the mosh pit, not a care in the world. Another buy round from Sen, slapped down.
Swings out in the Molly. Sen a little too slow to react. Wall lined up. Again thrown onto an eco. This is brutal.
तो यहाँ पे मिले।
Things getting so scrambled with the anchors here between Zelsis and Zekin.
This has again been the issue though. Look at Sen's overwhelmed by this pace. Like, Zekin is not ready for Wisey to be so quick to yellow. Zelsis as a result.
सेंटिनल बाहर होने वाले लगता है।
2 for 2 in that case. Still, they get overwhelmed.
This really is some serious deja vu from yesterday against Wolves. The team from China starting on attack, hitting crazy shots, running over them mechanically, and it took Sen until the second half to get their heads in the game. But right now, things are getting completely out of hand. Feels even more so than with Wolves yesterday.
Here comes all of the Harbor util deployed. Cove placed down a little further.
बिल के बाहर ना जाए। ओ भाई अल्ट यूज कर दिया। खत्म भाई खत्म। Zekin क्या करते हैं? Zekin भी करते हैं।
Another clean execute. BLG once more commit that reckoning into a half buy, an eco round for Sen just to secure it.
What was it, 2 rounds ago? I think on the other eco he had used one just to convert it with ease. Only a handful of opportunities for Sentinels left to get into this. As I mentioned earlier, this attack side on Icebox has certainly been favored since its return to the pool. Teams are just so overwhelming with their assaults on these sites. 2 is not nearly enough to play with. That just feels like an inevitability for Billy to take this when the sides swap. Another buy round, many ultimates to play with. Bang yet to get super involved on this map, and it's a map that I associate with his dominance.
बिल्ली बढ़िया खेल रही है।
Typically fantastic, but just hasn't
कम बैक करेगा।
get things rolling just yet.
पता है कम बैक कर।
Bang really has been the only antidote to the chaos that Wisey has brought.
Sure कम बैक करेगा वो।
Updrafted onto tube or part of that high-low swing on A. Sen have not been able to string these rounds together. This time though, they got ultimates that can dictate tempo a little bit more to the defenders' favor. Viper's pit there at B. Lockdown should have been needed, unless Zelsis gets flattened here.
I do like this setup from Sen. They have good information across the entire map. Controlling B main with the pit. They've got the turret to watch for players coming up tube. Zelsis can watch under. Just jiggling that angle. The sack on A. This is a solid setup.
Alright, what is this?
Split right now, the rare A split.
Okay, we've got some pressure coming from main at the same time as well. Narrate has fallen on the side. John getting a little
Nice one.
but he's going to spray him anyway. Oh, it's a free
कमबैक बोलते भाई.
Rocket Mastermind. And he knows there are players on the
तो बोला था ना भाई कमबैक होगा उनका.
Gets second up by Rafters to take the fight, but Levius beats him to
3v2 2v2 क्या कर रहे हैं लोग?
Levius deals with John. Numbers are even now.
वो दोनों कार्ड. दोनों केजे कार्ड. एक केजे खत्म.
Boy howdy, Sen having to fight tooth and nail for every one of these rounds.
That was so chaotic. John again goes off. At the moment has been the catalyst for Sen getting rounds. Adjustment back.
जेट को आना ही नहीं था भाई, वेट करना था.
Snappy aim. Again from the IGL.
Good call to fight mid, boys. Really good job fighting mid. I almost threw, but I'm goated.
I think self-affirmation is very important. Part of the tool set for a competitive player.
You know, I'd love to see teams on attack go for the A split. It's very rare.
Oh.
Unfortunately, when you try to reinvent the wheel on Icebox, you lose the round. You hate to see it. I think the A split win rate on this map might be like 10%. But
not great.
Keep on trying. I love to see the attempts. It is just so hard to pull off.
It's YZ this time. He's getting up to but very early. Obviously wants to listen out.
केजे का ट्रैप लगाया पे.
For his latest dose of diet milk. Cover going out. Oh, what happened to Zek in there? He's very low.
Nice one. कर दे भाई फायर.
Just some trades here. Shots through them one way most likely. Favor Billy. And there's shot.
Oh my god.
One tap मार रहे भाई वो लोग.
I'm liking this round from Billy right now with YZ, fighting this middle area of the map. The rest of the team making
भाई रोटेट मत मारो, ये बी आ रहे.
way out of B main to try and audio cue a pivot. Is Nary gonna catch YZ
Oh.
here? He's trapped between two players.
Caught an audible. YZ now reveals himself. Narrates
Nice one.
Finally the thorn in the side for Sen has been extracted, but
4v4.
behind all of this controller util.
That offered enough distraction that neither anchor could focus on main. Flash coming through Paranoia into B main as well. Counter Hunter's Fury. Oh, just can't connect onto narrate.
A little bit too low.
कोई भी नहीं आया इसके अल्ट में.
Rushia in this
ये जाएगा. केजे जाएगा श्योर.
This time a little bit more patient. Levy is in position for a wrap. Sen surely. Oh, they've got a turret watching the timing, but it doesn't seem to matter because they're fighting over the B. It's favoring this Chinese squad. It is Rushia dominating yellow again and again.
Rushia is looking incredible on LAN right now at this international event. He's stepping up from the last games we saw of him during their qualifying run. He was good, but he's hitting another level right now.
Just another reckoning. Just around the corner, by the way.
It is meant to be one more orb and he'll have it. RealG are just so proactive. They are just choosing to swing out together, find a timing where Center trying to move forward.
ये कमबैक करेंगे ये लोग.
Out in the open on these retake efforts.
Defensive null command is ready here for John. Tough though to get ahead of this Viper Harbor comp that canvas off this B site so effectively.
You know, at no point Sen have even had a worthy enough economy to try and op in this half at all. It's never been an option. In this last one, Zelsis going to get more proactive, get down mid.
Sentinel पेपर एक का भाई देख मेरे को 3.
Hoping to catch someone.
They're pinging Zelsis' location, but the turret's been extracted from
Server
that
का
area.
ultra.
Levy's pulled it out. There's Nep. Doesn't quite
Nice
have a
one.
sharp enough peek around the corner. Now Sen have that mid control this round.
I love that from Zelsis. This is a really intelligent pivot.
So look at Sen pulling off this A side. Perhaps because of this. The reckoning comes in. Sen's just going to give it up for the time being.
अल्ट पे ले ली.
Second. Going to be joining the team now.
KK now wants to get in a cheeky position to even things up, but he's tripping
Nice one.
swung. Center so prepared for that. Probably expecting YZ to be up there, to be frank, but they'll be happy to get that kill regardless.
Through the high tide, expect multi-swings.
Oh,
YZ's
nice.
got to get out. Cloudburst away with a paranoia and effect. Rushia, though, again, surely not. He backs up. Takes John QT out of the game and then falls back to a more safe position. He gets a second. How is he getting away with this? Levius and YZ now have to fight for this in a short-handed situation. He's on the spike location and in the middle of the dark cover. He dispatches Narrate. Now, though, overwhelmed. Zekin and Zelsis to the rescue. Levius sees one of them, but he can't stop Zelsis. A great round from Zelsus, getting that mid control, converting into a very important fourth round for Sen. Deja vu vibes continue from their last game.
Zelsus really did play that last round fantastically. Him and John, the two players that have kept Sen in this game. 4 can be enough for this second half when you get rolling on attack.
All right, we've got more Icebox just around the corner as Billy makes a strong start. It's up to Sen City to come alive.
What's another death?
Time lapse dot 1 मिनट का ब्रेक. सेकेंड ऐप खत्म हो गया भाई इनका. चलो भाई चलो चालू चालू चालू. ओ भाई इतना अंदर घुस गए. कम बैक तो करेंगे भाई. करेंगे भाई.
So they can take B main together. Neff just hoping to get 1 kill and then escape, and he does exactly that.
That was narrate, poor guy. Get taken down there. So that at least has given Billy a bit more confidence. Evening the ledge, there's now an encroachment from the Sen side on A, and it's just K-Knight who's watching for belts.
Bro is out in the open. Just watching for belt. Recon gonna go through today. Attempt to swing on.
हो गए रिवील भाई.
Coming both sides of that.
And, well, gets swung on. K-Knight's the one that precipitates that action.
3v4 3v4
in that spot. Russia, he also pretty exposed.
4v2.
Fellas, we're getting a little bit too silly with these peaks right now. Sen are exploiting that
भाई तीनों जाएंगे 21 पे में. एक तो गया, 2 गए, 16 वही हो गया भाई.
That is raw sauce. And there is Neff to come to the rescue. That could have gone awfully wrong for BLG. What a tale of 2 teams in that round. Firstly, individuals out in the open getting picked off, and then Levius 3 kills from behind that box.
That is diabolical. That was buttery smooth movement. He's breaking ankles. They don't know which side to look on.
भाई घुसो ना तीनों एक एक आ रहा है सामने भाई
Isolate players with 3 of them staring at him.
Neff says, all right, you've done most of the work. I'll come through and clean up the round. That's pretty rough for this American.
होएगा भाई कमबैक होएगा वेट करो यार
Get something going. No force here though in the anti-eco. Pistols and Neff says, well, don't mind if I do.
He loves just pushing up, getting one and leaving. He gets away with it again. But of course this is just Sen on all classics. Pretty standard way to take yellow there. We're going to probably see that a couple more times in this half where you have Zek and teleport across, basically pseudo-jet, while that flash comes through from John.
Neff trying to see what he can find. YZ front center delivers. Zek in flattened Russia. Pick it up where he left off. And he'll have himself a defuse here because of course we love Reckoning. Great ability.
I've got to say, the anti-ecos from Billy this game have been great. They are hardly taking any damage at all. A couple in the first half, they were committing the Reckoning to do it. They should be so many kills. He just kept cycling through those. It felt like it didn't even matter. But it is just
बाय राउंड है इनका
winning the economic
देखते ही चलो क्या होएगा
several times in that first half. And you see it on the timeline. They're not able to strike.
चाहिए अब सेंटिनल का बाय राउंड है
They were just chilling the entire time. They even won the bonus on the
और
first.
वैंडल लेके
They
आए
don't take any of the upgraded rifles on that initial anti-eco. They still won it. Same case here. They have Bulldogs, a Guardian, a couple SMGs.
Sentinels need a clean first gun round here against Billy. Otherwise things get awkward. Staying quite here to dissuade any earlier.
नहीं भाई थोड़ा लेट इंटी ले लेंगे ना
Sensei, right, we'll wait this one out. In the middle of the dark cover is YZ, hovering over them like a spectre. Holding onto it as well, it's narrated, taken out, and he just drops back.
With the Spectre as well, and now they want to double up, play back yellow. They have been spotted out by the 0 point stealing. Nice little cascade to play off. I like that Ramusha giving good utility to support, to these anchors.
Slowly, Billy giving up this map control, but they're always forcing Sen to part with their util in order to do so. Very expensive advancement for Sen across the map here.
Celsius is hoping to be on his Neff arc going through tube. Hoping to have as much impact as the Viper did on those attack side lurks. He's hearing a lot of movement there, actually. Of the players going through kitchen. That should alert the rest of the team that they can get into this B site off the wall. And it's nice when you have those additional dark covers as well. You can cover up, obscure that angle from Snowman, make it safer.
यार बर को मारो भाई
Zelsa surely has heard this. Looks like very quickly YZ got under tube. So Celsius hasn't been able to be effective from this position outside of just radioing back some of this information.
भाई जीतना चाहिए
Dark cover on the turret so he can get by undetected.
नाइस वन
Playing from yellow.
थोड़ा बच गया भाई
Sen got 3 guns in the game still. K-Knight needs to find a way to extract them. Maybe take Bang first. That is a big ass and Zelsa's firing.
अरे भाई कैसे बच गया अरे देखा गया भाई देखा गया
That first buy round is fruitful. 3 rifles maintained. When the climb begins.
They were really doing the most. So Zelsa's going that round with the flank, but they ended up just killing everyone on the retake anyway, so all good. Nice from Bang there. Able to just get that intuitive timing on the spam through for another player to swing.
Something sort of indicates to Billy that they need to rotate off that B side after they throw the high tide up, but Sen just cut noise and wait. They sort of respect that stall util. So Billy are in a bit of an awkward spot in the end when it comes to the side hit. They allow for a plant. Here's round 16 for you.
Early 0 point thrown from John over towards pipes, which is going to be very common because YZ will love to just stand up there, activate the dash, go for an early fight. Oh my god, again.
Nice one.
Speaking of early fights, just wants to
वाइपर निकल गया
tight angle picks in main and then fall away. That time punished hard for it.
कोई नहीं भाई प्लांट करो भाई जल्दी
On the attack side, punish these individual wide swings.
Nice one.
Plays from their opponents. And there's Celsius. Sometimes the best late plans go to waste.
3v2 4v2 4v2
And Sen have a pretty heavy-handed post-plant scenario now.
हाँ भाई पहुंच की लीड भाई हो जाएगा कवर
Don't have a whole lot to do here.
आराम से कवर होता है भाई, आराम से,
Timing that drone, and again, this is another round where he
कोई
gets a lot
जल्दीबाजी
of
नहीं है.
information over towards A, because Billy, they are so far pushed up. They are trying to drone that deep, which is pretty wild. And so he just knows that, hey, the rest of you just go on into B. It's either light or free at this point. I mean, most likely light, you know, with a one anchor playing far back, maybe spam angle through Snowman, something like that. And so they're happy to just take that site for free yet again.
A bunch of questions about, you know, John moving into this more initiator-focused role. Some people speculated that after the Teo nerfs he'd move back, but he said,
4 की लीड
it's much
बाकी.
easier for me to call a macro game when I'm not lurking on the other side of the map playing Sentinel, much like Zelsis is in this round. Because I kind of want to be in the initiator shoes, I'm comfortable in this role, and I have a much better handle on both the micro and macro aspects of the game, where I can play with the body of the team.
Yeah, nice to be able to have that utility to set up second, be very involved in the executes. See what Billy up to do here. They are just going to half buy with the saved rifles. They don't want to commit too much. Their economy is definitely not great enough to do so. Rush actually with the glass cannon Guardian, very rare, and has another reckoning. So perhaps that can be enough to win this half buy round.
I mean, what he did with that Guardian earlier in that first half,
that was
should be studied.
That was disgusting.
Sentinels here, kind of enveloped by that high tide on A, and no hurry to leave for now, but this Al drone is likely going to reveal at least Zekken. So they know the Omen is there. On B, tentatively, Senna starting to probe this part of the map, and Neff has to find a timing sort of to swing out, but sees nothing.
Bang has gotten in a great forward position. Neff will be falling back. Billy are happy to be stacked up.
Hey,
They
सब
want to push up right now, but what a timing on that 0 point.
ए पीछे अभी बी प्लांटिंग.
Going to back up on A. They are really
बी प्लांटिंग, बी प्लांटिंग, बी.
with Neff pulling away from B.
नहीं भाई, क्या जा भाई?
Likely will be sniffed out by Billy pretty darn quickly. They're going to make a 4-8 straight down mid. They'll get to B pretty quickly as a result. This Viper's wall, though, will be a factor and in play. Narrate's looking to try and get up a plant.
They're really trying to delay with these models. And in
Page
fact, if time gets low enough, they might want to use this reckoning if they can stop the wingman.
They didn't.
Nice.
Wingman gets the plant down. And John and Bang get to work. Ooh, buddy,
Come back,
can you
बोलते
miss it?
come.
Billy try and interrupt the plant midway through, swing that wall, but they've got no idea what's waiting for them on the other side.
Deleted from the server. John is turning up. Another 3K. I think that's his third of the game so far. Deny that half by deny any value for the reckoning, which is ultimately just thrown out the window now. Pop flash through. I love how John's playing this KO. We'll talk about him being able to set up teammates as an IQ, but also when you're in this KO.
Come back देखा.
Listen, you're one of the most active entry players. Him and Zekken, and there are going to be a lot of moments where
बी lead है.
timing swinging through Viper walls.
तो
We see just how these
कितना
very
lead है? कितना lead है और? इनकी तो लीड है भाई, हो जाएंगे वो, कवर हो जाए.
Strong wind will blow them over.
Try and take this.
तो मिल एक.
Oh my god. Okay.
Oh, nice one.
Not the kind of caster curse I'm sure Wisey would have liked.
नहीं.
No armor, very susceptible to that spray down through the smoke, and that's a high value kill that Sen got.
क्या पता अब क्या होएगा.
I like that confidence from Levius hearing the teleport. Swinging out to even things up. High
मार दे
tide.
और विजय मार दे. Nice one.
The lockdown is placed. Billy try to fight or just get out. K-Knight is
भाई गेको प्लान कर.
before retreating out of it. safe.
There are, amidst this, getting Neff in a backstab position, but he's spotted out by the turret and actually has to call a cancel on that. Narrates in the side. Here comes a Viper's pit now from Sentinels to shore things up.
Nice one.
Out. John, man, he's been solid. Finds his one. Rushi, though, has been very, very dangerous in situations not unlike this one. Zelsa's knew this was coming. The turret got broken about 10-15 seconds ago, and he knew Narrates. Okay. Gets in there and interrupts Rushia. Now Levius credited with that first kill of the round on Zekin. This is just too much to expect from him.
Oh boy.
Steps up to clean him out.
Op not able to get an ounce of value. They just free spam through, gets that kill, and then Sen, very easy 1-2 hit with the ultimates. Lockdown, take the site, everyone's off. Playing it with the post plant. It's just that simple sometimes.
You don't mess with
Zelsa's again with that awareness too to watch the flank. He is playing a great map right now. Really impressed by him.
Trying to
very
fight
smart more than anything.
See how it goes.
Null command on deck here for Sentinels. They're always the option for a fast hit behind that ultimate. It is going to be a somewhat eco round here. Neff going for that Guardian. Early high tide here just to cover that A side of the map as Billy look to hedge their bets through mid and B instead.
I'll tell you, Billy would love to be able to force some of these ultimates out on this round. So when they get to the next buy round, they can have the advantage in terms of the ult economy, with K-Nut being one away. Still holding on to their lockdown as well.
Billy have no current information about the A side of the
Billy.
map. So the Owl drone does get deployed. K-Nut needs to get an idea of the movements of Sentinels, and they've got a bit of info here. Blade Storm's at the ready for YZ. The timing looks pretty good. Here's nobody. Okay, just one affected by that 0 point. An income Sentinel trying to make this hit, but Bang is taken down. YZ eviscerates him now as K-Nut tries to crouch and spray. It's no good.
Long range that frenzy. Not gonna do a whole lot. I mean, I like John using Null Command to turn those knives off, but he's just hungry for more. Traded out.
Still, YZ is in that flanking position. Sendo, there might be a little bit of a clock, and the Knights are back out and ready to go, but Narrates getting into the game now. What a time to do it. Levy's again, the last player standing. There's a lot to deal with. The time claims him. Oh, you hate to see it. You hate to see it.
I'm going to assume he stood up if I turn around or doing something after the turret kill.
Bolte, come back.
Funny. Okay, Billy, at least, like I said, all right, they get one of the ults out. The Null Command is forced because they want to ensure that YZ can't do anything on the flank with the Blade Storm after he kills Bang. And frankly, that did end up mattering. He had the angle. One of the players probably would have gotten a kill with the Blade Storm, but only had the Frenzy as that secondary. As expected.
Yeah, they get that soundbite in there. Make sure we don't miss that one. Early thrash off the rip here over towards the B side of the map. Billy quickly have to give that space up as K-Nut is looking for a Hunter's Fury to light them up and sees nothing. Not a damn thing.
I was just hoping to, of course, catch Narrate there after he uses the thrash. That is not the case, and Narrate should be able to recover that ult to use it again.
Second time that K-Nut's tried that. Last time was when Narrate thrashed out on defense. Zekin is, look at him, entrenched here in mid. Also, has his ultimate available. Where are we headed with that?
This is Sen taking their time on the flanks, waiting to see if anyone is going to push out. Thrash clearing out everything. Front side does get the ping on the YZ, but certainly no one should be able to convert on that. He's way too far back.
I think they're going to try and fight this anyway. YZ
waiting for it.
He's recovered. Yeah, ships in the night. They pass through the dark, cover on either side of each other. Zekin has gotten deep, but YZ has a chance to pop out here, and Zelsus is not ready for it. There's a gap in the net. Zekin, though, himself is the cat amongst the pigeons. Tries to get away. The Reckoning deployed, and BLG able to catch him out. Deny Sen the chance to even up the game, get one step closer to claiming this map themselves.
That was almost so clutch from Zekin. Just didn't know exactly where he wanted to teleport. Waited one unfortunate extra second. At some point there, I believe Rusha got a kill, which was why he was able to get and then gets that Reckoning at the very last moment just to ensure that they can win this very crucial 2 versus 1.
YZ was able to slip through and get 2 kills and then retake. I think Zelsus is just not ready to see a Billy player come from there after Zekin already pushed into his own smoke like that. Awkward.
Does have the Viper's Pit to Does he want to just use this on B straight away? No, he doesn't. Expecting maybe there's going to be a Dizzy with a teleport up top from Zek in there. Wanted to post up on the angle.
Pretty patient from Neff. We saw Bang throw his down off rip in this
DJ
context.
का और
Here's the Viper Spit over in the B side.
To use it fairly
ऊपर
late.
की wall भाई.
Plant spot.
Sentinels though still
ठीक है.
a reason to linger.
Why is he pushed up very close? You can see the rotation that has been called due to that from Billy. All of the players stacked towards B, even with the Viper's Pit down there. Sen, they want nothing to do with it.
Picture
This comp that they
पे
have, it is lacking a tool to really effectively deal with getting through a pit. So they would rather go towards this A site. YZ is hoping to just get one and run away.
Doesn't have a tailwind. Always had to be like a natty peak.
Yeah,
Again, he has no backup. He doesn't expose himself like some of his contemporaries did in this situation earlier this map.
30 seconds left.
Paranoia comes in, YZ unaffected though. He's going to be
Hey,
trapped
Oman.
here by the
Nice
bomb.
one.
Second knows where to dig him out, but here come the reinforcements.
The spike is so far forward.
It is out in the open. Zekin has to help John retrieve, and they're going to come forward. Playing from Crow's Nest now. It's Zekin in a 1 versus 3. Haroshi is too quick for him. 3 for the Harbor. Map point for Billy.
It's been a great effort for Sen to come back on this second half. But at the very last moment, Billy are looking like they're going to capture another win. With Rusha and YZ both at 22 kills right now. That's what they finished with the other day when they played Icebox. And they've still got more rounds to push things further. They are playing so well. It was dangerous from YZ's point of view. This guy's committing to the site. He's trying to tuck. He spotted out. He had to break that molly. But Billy were so fast on that rotate back from B into the site that he got the support he needed. To keep things going, keep applying the pressure, and 3 opportunities to close this game out. Take their map pick.
Shadows traveling.
Dialed in our Sentinels. They know they've got a hill to climb. Does he catches YZ, but he's hanging on the rope for the time. What am I watching? He still crosses. The sheer audacity from this guy eventually.
क्या कर रही?
It's going to get him back to safety. Billy though happy to rattle the cage a little bit.
Russia wants to go for more as well, just trying to take a little jiggle peek, catch someone before his exit.
No respect for Billy here.
They're happy on defense right now to just maintain those stacked up positions towards A, play B for retake. It's just the alarm bot over there from Levius to get the information if Sen are going to push up. He also ran out just hearing the footsteps. Everyone's here. 0 point goes back. B. It's going to be a flash for Zekin to get back yellow.
K-Knight does have that Recon dart available, so...
Does K-Knight just have the 6th sense right now?
He's hanging around, doesn't... Oh god, he's still holding that line. Zelsis is about to walk into a trap, and K-Knight from the rafters.
Nice one.
What a win for Zelsis! Now it's a step forward. Rotate getting
And
pulled over.
It's convinced them that they have to go back to this A site center, fully cut noise after getting space back yellow on B. Zelsis caught, so things are evened up, but the plant will be going down 4-3 right now.
He single-handedly opens this opportunity for Sen to get an uncontested B-side plant. Trades his life out, he's done his job for now.
पागल कर दिया उनको भाई.
Strong amount of utility to play with here as well. actually has both flashes. They didn't need to use it to take back yellow earlier. He's got the molly for delay. Second is a paranoia. Going to be tough for Billy to get back in. They do have a cove maybe to get a safe defuse. They're hoping to use it there. Yep, it's going to be activated.
Paranoia throwing out second, just a little too slow to the punch. Narrate tucked in the corner. He knows he's going to be overwhelmed, and Wise, he wants to push up into the rest of the defenders. The high tide comes down, and so does the curtain on this first map for Sentinels. The dragon stirs, and Billy are eyeing off that playoff spot.
Two more games.
incredible to watch. This is where they beat Liquid the other day to get into this position in this match. So Sen going to be relying on the information that they were able to glean from that affair.
The last time Billy made a global playoffs, it was to beat a North American team to do so. It was quite some time ago, though.
My eyes are down.
That's what waits on the other side of this map for your attack side team, folks. And they're already headed over to A. Sen not really in attendance.
On that roster, that was still YZ, K Knight. They know what it takes to get to that position in the bracket to make it to those playoffs. Neff catches a beautiful timing while the rest of the players swing from mid for the distraction. Lovely.
He was waiting for that. He knew, of course, there'd be contact taken by his top mid teammates.
Even a tink onto Celsius, 13 HP. Backbone doubling up with John, who has a full kit, but no players to actually use it with.
Shock dart, that's dangerous. Definitely threatening to someone like Celsius. Now, gonna swing out there, taken down. K-Knight is quite low as his Levius. We're in a post plant though, so Sen just have to throw themselves at this, and YZ will wait for them. Relay bolt to pave the way, and then he slides. Easy as you like. Forget about buying a Val. Can Sen buy a pistol?
It's simple, but I just love what BLG are able to do there. Neff getting all of that space, the walk down, and blinking into tiles. And that's the thing that takes that fight. Then caught with the util out.
One enemy
Stun onto Zekin, I believe. That is so well played. So simple, but so well done.
And again, gets Billy off to a hot start here on Sunset. Already saw this against Team Liquid. It went close. 13-10 result for them. We may not see Lotus if they keep this up. Already over towards B. Checking for trap wires. None are present. There's going to be a counter push here coming out of Market.
Spike planted.
Want to go off this paranoia. Zekin running in.
Russia though, ready to receive him. Zekin just cut down before he can really land any sort of damage. Nets is going to push this. Says, oh, well, let's just see what's on the other side of tomorrow. K9 will see John. He'll be low. Easy as you like. Pretty cheap, straightforward bonus. Russia even had a proper rifle in this round.
This is continuing the theme of Billy Gaming winning all the business, but then just having clean anti-egos. They are not, and what's crazy is they're running at them. But despite that, they're not giving guns away. They're not suffering too much economic damage whatsoever. That has kept them, as we saw on Icebox, just able to consistently buy.
Okay, not a slow start for Sentinels. Definitely don't want to let this one fall by the wayside though. On Icebox they gave up the bonus and it really came back to hurt them. Why is he forced off that line though? Fault line, Paranoia came out to meet him.
Look at this fast pivot though from Billy. They are right into mid. And all of a sudden there's so much pressure on Celsius. Oh, Borussia caught on the teleport. What a snap from John!
Tidy stuff. And so the round ends as quickly as it began. Billy commit heavy to Market and are stopped in their tracks.
John has been on one today. So many multi-kills. A bunch of 3Ks on Icebox. The adjustment onto the slide from YZ.
Beautifully done. I mean, they are running headlong into Cypher Util in Market, in fairness. Zelsis had paved the way. And that's why he's credited with 4 assists already. So, proper buy now for Billy. Realize perhaps a slower approach might be necessary. Not unlike the one we saw on Icebox, so they pinged across the map a bit. They may just have to bring the tempo down a notch.
They have slowed things down a tad. That dark cover on the right side, they would hope could maybe make someone on Sen think they want to push up mid, maybe go left. They do now break the tripwire. It was there for the majority of the time. The dark cover was obscured on that right side view. Levius has taken B main away from Zekin, who has been happy to face.
He's looking for more. All of BLG are going to be here. Does Zekin have a way of getting out scot-free? Now wants to hang around, lingers for one, relay bolt once more, but Rushi's got the other side covered. He's fortunate to get out. Fast lane deployed. Zekin's out of dodge, but Billy want to keep the pressure on, bro. He just doubles back and says, you know, I think I'll take some more. And there's John, up to 8 kills for those keeping track. And Russia cowering in the smoke. Spike loose and in front of main. He's tucked on the corner now, at least in the position to punish John, so he does. Narrate, though, will put him to bed.
Catches him on jump up, but that round is all about Zekin. The utility he was using in main was perfect. This was some beautiful Neon play. Almost looked like he was going to get caught on that right side by Ruby. He made the teleport across, but he's able to slide out of the way. Fast lane to
I'm
get
up there.
out.
Don't worry, I'm on the board.
Beautiful. That was smooth from Zekin.
John with license to chirp at his teammates, having amassed a massive 8-kill total so far, and a rolling thunder built up pretty quickly. Love to see those kills funneled into the initiators early. Billy, though, do have Neff ready with an Null command. And Zekin Celsius is playing in the site here.
They use these multiple, reconnaissance initiator utility pieces to get really close to B main. Zekin, 2 shots to free and easy kills.
Bang wants a bit of the action too. Nobody's come knocking. Have you heard the good word of our Lord and Savior, the Send bundle, he says? Back away, still no action. And this is Billy knocked down to a pretty anemic kind of buy. Grouping up for this foray on A. Their last gambit here for this round number 5. TP onto the box and they cover the smoke, but drops off that instantly. And as expected, the spam does come in his direction.
Sentinels, they already have made the pivot here. Just a nice double face to deny anyone for Billy coming through elbow. Bang in the perfect position for that double face. Make it a high-low play on the box.
Blink was smoked up and bang down. Of course, can play from here is Omen. Narrate might want to prowler out here. Rushia was right in the way. Still no plant yet. Knight had to get off of it because of the threat of the C's coming in. And finally, though, they do stick it. Oh, no, sorry, Knight got off the last second again. Okay, we have a plant. Second thinking about it, but that's awkward as the curtain drops. Celsius had his 6. Backing him up as Rushia and Knight caught out in the open. Levy is now at risk of being turned into Swiss cheese. Realizes he may as well wait to this ball though to see what can be extracted. The answer is absolutely stoned, nothing. Flawless round for Sentinels here, round number 5, tied up nicely. And that bank's starting to build.
That's 2 fully flawless round wins now for Sen. That's got their economy out of control. Second, getting the heat up. Just even there, the silly movement into the fault line so Celsius can get the freest kills. This is going to demand an early timeout call from Coach Bale of BLG.
So I guess it begs the question, what are we
main on Split versus Wolves, where he was playing equally as aggressive, but now he was just absorbing that. All right, well, that's a nice way to start the round for YZ. Do you think Coach Bale told him to do that in the timeout? Was that the strat call?
Was it that specific, I wonder? I'm not so sure, but that double stacked top mid for Sen is punished. And they've lost their fade util, so they really lack the mechanism with which to get this mid-round info and to set up their re-clears. Now flying blind to some degree, whereas Billy, of course, have their Sova setting up to clear their way into elbow. And that'll let YZ in.
That deep recon dart will cut off, or rather get the information for that really obnoxious tuck close right angle. So as far as Sen know, Billy could be postured all the way up towards A right now. Second, and Zelsus able to collect 2 in this mid fight.
And that's really taken off the pressure after things went a little bit awry early. But Levius has gotten deep here. Trapwire cleared, camera also out of the picture. He realizes there might be multiple guns waiting for him in Boba, and here comes the Rolling Thunder. Send, watch the sight right behind him. Seconds there with the overdrive 2 and a neural theft.
30 seconds
It's going to tell them everything they need to know, that the spike is en route to A.
Maybe hoping to get a bit more with that Rolling Thunder if Billy had already gone into the site, but they'll be content with just isolating another kill to extend the man advantage of this round. They certainly should expect that YZ could be postured in spawn right now. Russia called with the utility in hand.
Slip past YZ, he just wasn't ready for that. Russia had no advance notice whatsoever. Fast lane thrown up here, paranoia in effect, and YZ's going to wrap around, try and play from alley. Here with a fault line. Sen know where he's coming from no matter what, and Bang will simply try and defuse. John QT brought to heal, but YZ couldn't do much more. Second says, hey, Gabagool, welcome to Jersey, baby.
Listen up.
Takes another gun out of the game for BLG.
YZ just going for the madman maneuvers at the end. This was a 5v4. This was a free kill from him at the top of the round. Removing that information gain in mid-round from Sen. The decision is to just post up in mid, try and catch Billy on a rotate off that A site. Or maybe just that lurk, if it is Levius maneuvering through mid-late. That was well done from Sen. Billy, they are forced into this round. Rifles and Guardians, why is he going fast? And what a kill on the Bang.
Oh, I'm gonna be punished. Bang not in a position. And here comes that null command now. Sen starting to scramble on the site, and YZ will run them down. Narrate can barely tuck behind boxes, and YZ comes calling. Make short work of him.
Oh, you know he's gonna go for more. He is not slowing down.
I mean, why not?
Almost out.
Why not? Sen here hopes to maybe play into this double up, but Rushia there is watching. Sat behind YZ, giving him a safety net. And of all the players to do this to, Zelsus here, though, not looking his jovial self right now, as Sen still working on that map deficit. So he will try to slink away. No smart words, no back talk, no sass. It's about getting out with this gun intact.
That's the first time we've seen BLG just go for an A slam. Just play with that neon speed. Overdrive is maxed out in terms of value for YZ. They've been going for a lot of mid-round pivots, which just have yet to work for them. So let's take it back to basics.
And this is likely what they called that timeout for BLG. Fast hit, A site behind the null command, get YZ in a position to succeed. Deny it a stalling util. And obviously turn off any of that sentry util. Work is there. Oh man, what is that? Is it a stutter step?
Yeah, he was the slide, but just hits the wall right next to him. It's very awkward for Bang to have to deal with that.
And someone like Narrate can't seize there. Obviously he's suppressed. So all he can do is try and back away and hope to allow a teammate to play off of him from Link, but that was never going to happen.
A lot of pings from Billy over towards the A side, and it looks like they're going to have that flash to get into elbow. Again, just accelerate, teleport, and the speed from the neon to take this space with some haste.
This time, Sentinels respect it. They got the kind of comp that can make these retakes work with the breach. How's the timing looking for Bang? Less than ideal.
Oh no!
Players caught with slappers only.
With that push down that was well, BLG, they're going to feel like they need to get into this A site right now, so they accelerate the pace, and they want to flip the site. They want to play towards spawn. It looks like they're at least
planted.
Maybe YZ does.
They know he's there. Santa ping in this alley area heavily. They're trying to overwhelm him. Russia on the site, sees, thrown out. Here's YZ, and there he goes.
Oh, just too many players.
Sen playing around him. Really needed to overload him player-wise to win that out. Here comes Hunter Skiri, though, from elbow. But Zekin's got near to the site. Knight, he's got to be under some pressure. Nafia sat on the other side of the dark cover. Will spam if he needs to, but does he know when the rate is? There's the spray. Gets it to half. That ought to be enough. Shock dart comes in. Too little, too late. K-Knight unable to avert the round win.
Not mad at the idea from BLG to get that pop flash from Neff so there could be a swing it towards spawn from YZ. Hoping there would be maybe a couple players, but there were all 5 of them.
Here.
So sadly, he was cooked. Celsius was ready to dodge that, play a bit of anti on the flash.
One enemy remaining.
But there it's just overwhelming. Just unable to get into that site for free, able to pressure the spike, no one from BLG playing any entrenched positions aside from Rusha, who's caught. BLG, they do have the cash though to keep on buying, they get the spike down, keep it rolling, more attempts.
A slower stance over towards A, and it teases Bang out right into the line of fire.
Dink as well. Frustrating for him.
Now right here doesn't want to overextend, it's just him. Trapwire here at length can be played off of if those reinforcements get there, but this is a perfect use case for this neural theft.
I guess the information as far as Nere being the lone man on site at the moment. Why is he doesn't connect the relay bolt, but he's going to get it out the way.
Does he know John's there as well? There's actually two players in the set. Oh, that is dirty. Zelsus though on the side, large and in charge. Deals with the Neon. John went down, but Nare's still alive. They're over towards Ali side, but Rushi Dink early in the round at 10 health. They're still able to cause some problems, making waves, and it's on the Vibes Merchant himself. Zelsus knows 3 players are looking for him. Levius will be the one credited with the elim. Tight game after 9 rounds. Sen with a slim lead.
That is BLG just continuing to always push. That was a great molly thrown by Neff that YZ capitalizes off of, pushing into the spawn there. They're forced out into the open. Celsius gets the trade, but then look at this here. Rusha pushing on into that A link. They have a flank coming from top mid, so even if he goes down, given his low HP, should be an instant trade. It's proactivity across the board.
And that keeps the money train for BLG going. Costly round for them, but they're still able to keep this money pressure on. Now, a bit of a variation. Looking towards mid, YZ's already started to slink his way up, and wait a minute. Testing market very early. Relay bolt forces Zekin out into the open, and there's a hit coming from B-Main at the same time. Zekin caught in the open.
Yeah, caught on the jump up, he had to retreat, he was stunned up. Teleport in now from Rusha deep into the site.
Zelsus now not quite aware of what's waiting for him on the other side of this dark cover. Has to pick his spot to perfection. Pings his own location, Neff though finds him. Can't see a damn thing, but still knows how to hit that M1 for the boys, and there's a triple swing. Sen have the players lined up. Neff and K9 fall by the wayside, and Nare's gotten into Boba.
Awareness.
That's YZ out of the picture. Now becomes a bit more uncomfortable. BLG, loose footing here on this anti-retake attempt, but gonna try and sneak Rushia around. Does he have the look on Nare? So aware Nare was been, but not ready for that. Bang. Percent on both sides, tries to break half of the pincer, but doesn't know where to look.
Oh, that post plant is just so well played from BLG. They are everywhere in the walls. Nare was fortunate to have that intuitive internal timing to pick up the one flank that was coming from YZ, but even at that, you have Levius on the cross. Earlier in the round, that great stun forces Zekin to attempt to retreat. Then you have Neff picking up 3, hits another great molly, by the way, that forces John into the open. Utility looking excellent for him at the moment. IGL off the team performing. Billy have been able to tie things up. If they win this round here, the final of the half will be a tragic bye for Sentinels.
But this defense side for Sen has descended into an absolute bar fight. Another null command up for Neff. That was a big part of their fast A hit we saw a few rounds ago where YZ had the overdrive as well. They are set up for something that looks reminiscent. This time Bang doesn't want any early action.
He wants to teleport away. He's been having a tough time with those early fights that Billy have been happy to take. Double face down mid, K-Knight caught completely unaware.
But Billy knew about the double face. YZ spammed that area in a previous round and got a kill. Sen still trusting in that setup with their 2 initiators at the top of the map.
Drop the spike.
Smoke thrown over towards elbow. That's from Bang. So YZ does feel a little uncomfortable pressing up. Look at this positioning. Double flash. Rusha wants to swing. Doesn't actually catch anyone. Sen are happy to just play off-site right now.
This insert for Zelsus in mid. I'm pretty sure he hears Levius there and even sees him. Doesn't want to commit. Here's that null command now to supplement this hit to the A side. With Spike already down. Levius just doubles back and Knew Zelsis was there, deals with him.
I love this null command. I mean, Sen, they're obviously going to play this for full retake with the man advantage that they had, but it's just going to give so much delay. It's going to reduce the clock by such a significant extent. Here comes the util. Now the retake can come in.
Decken gets into the side immediately. Across the Snaffle with the Stinger's able to fight him up close, but Wisey looking for the Neon. Gets out on the side. It's 2 with the Stinger for Zekin. Now BLG down to just Levius. And he can't see this tap on the spike. Flash there for John to set up a 3rd kill. Sentinels with the patience of ages. Wait the null command out and have that retake util with Zekin getting in there.
They had to move with some serious quickness at the end there. All of the utility had to be picture perfect. And they needed to swing together fast. They were able to do all of that with the clock reduced so significantly.
That kill is massive. Overdrive also earned now for Zekin. John has been delightful this game. 12 and 7 for the breach. He's got his Rolling Thunder again.
That was such an important round for Sentinels to pick up. Their economy would have been in a dire state for this final one.
Early action today. This time, Bang's been a little bit more careful about those early peaks. Does get some info. Then pulls off. No double stack top mid this round for Sen because John is helping it A early.
Oh, and a rare round where Zekin gets incredibly active in B main. He was playing that much more passively earlier, mixes it up.
They know this is coming, White. They know they can rotate early through alley.
And again, this is Sen. They can play this for retake if they want. Bang is actually trying to swing, but is denied by the relay pull. He is inserted deep in the site, but this Rolling Thunder is ready to get ripped to assist him.
Okay, TP out of that awkward spot for Rushia now. He's able to play that link side. Give another option for Billy. John is biding his time. He's got just the answer for this. And here's Billy. Maladroitly touching down. Bang got dealt with. Rushia's in a bit of a nasty spot, but Celsius just clears him out. Wisey slides back into action now. And there's some presence here from Ali. John's going to get pressured. Flash himself on the angle. Wisey tries to turn it. No swing just yet. Takes 2, tries it again. This time, Sen have the answer. A 7-round defense side. It's very back and forth stuff.
Second with an armor and a frenzy, making him the raid boss. That is going to tell the story for the intentions that he has in this round, which is to go really fast, throw a recon bolt at someone, and just hold down mouse 1.
Little jiggles there from Rashia, sees enough. Already, the cavalry are on their way, but look at the spike location. Take note of that. Bang is grouped up here with John, maybe even flash off this to catch a player pushing up. This might be an anti-YZ play, and yeah, he's backed around the corner. Then don't get the kill off this. But that is the cyber cage popped.
They're going to pivot away back towards mid. Just under a minute now on the clock.
Oh, K-Knight saw something there. Late re-explore, switches to the Ghost, gets some good damage. Zekken was the one with the armor.
Wait, the shock dart.
Oh my god! Down to 13. Dangerous now.
Crazy.
Billy, you're not going to let Sen mill around mid. They're going to dig them out if they just linger. And they have.
That entire time, Celsius was getting space over towards a fault line. He wants to swing off. There's so many players to face, but he does even things up, not without taking a lot of damage. Shock dart could be lethal this time. No. Goes wide.
Zekken and Zelsis both low. But still in the game. There's a little paranoia there. Flash util also disrupting BLG as they try and set up from Link. They're going to push the site now. Through the smoke. Bang, tucked in the corner. Everybody comes to him, served up on the silver platter. Bang and boom, Sen get themselves a pistol.
First one in the series to extend the lead. Bang comes to life there. It's been a little quiet for him so far, but he absolutely makes his presence known, capitalizes off the attention that was being paid to his teammates while that retake was coming in.
One enemy remaining. Last
Beautiful
player
stuff.
standing.
The right clicks, tap down at the end on that. That is lovely for the controller.
Cathartic for Bang. He's often demonstrated his frustration in this game. Head in hands type stuff. A little bit difficult for him to get going. This is definitely going to be wind in the sails.
Rusha actually going to pick up the Bucky. Get in that close corner towards elbow. Lethal range.
And a double swing potentially set up for BLG. We're going to work.
Trade it.
Oh, okay.
That's on the slide.
Yeah, K-Knight being dealt with on the other side is a problem, but BLG have mostly stacked this site. Delassess, spray is good. YZ can't defeat the crosshair placement. And he'll take his ult orb as well.
That flash just an inch away from connecting onto Zelsis, but doesn't quite go far enough. That's going to make things very easy to close this out and get a clean anti-eco for Sen, who, as opposed to Billy, they are buying those heavy upgraded rifles on this round too. Zekken has that Phantom already moving forward, so they can get a nice investment, some nice higher tier weaponry on their bonus round coming up next.
Clean start. This is certainly what Sentinels are looking for. This is the map, remember, that they banned against Wolves. We really weren't sure if they were feeling confident on it. We were surprised to see it taken out of the rotation in their last game. But now we're reminded it's called Sen Set for a reason. They've not missed a beat on this map by the looks of things. So we're back away here. Secure that crucial 9th round and get going on the second half.
I am genuinely wondering if that was all a ruse. No, we hate Sunset now. We're banning it first.
I mean,
next series
Heretics are also banned, if I'm not mistaken. There are a couple of teams that are just leaving that one in the draft for the time being.
One enemy remaining.
And there were another team who were great on the map, as a side note.
All right, first buy and a half here for Billy. Maxed out investment against the bonus of Sen. If they win this, they will be running away with this game. It'll look like they're headed towards just a dominant win on their own pick, and we'd be destined for Lotus, which they played very well on yesterday. Dangerous goings here for Billy. It's not going to get any easier. They need this round bad.
And I've got a pretty early focus towards A. They even pop out defensively, hoping for a timing to catch Sen on the wrong foot. But they are playing this much slower. Celsius gets a warning shot there. Nothing that he'd write home about.
That dark cover thrown mid really has Billy thinking that there's going to be a lot of presence shown towards market. That trip is going to further that idea in their minds.
Yeah, just clears it, backs away. And now Sen are waiting. BLG just to peek out, take a risk to get some information, and look to punish them as a result.
This drone could be dangerous. It's broken. Narrate on the swing, wins the duel with the stinger.
And now the neural theft, that's just what they were looking for. Seconds, 2 kills in the previous round, plus all pickup gives it this very important ultimate in a situation like this. And they know A is a short-headed side. They know YZ is lingering close to top mid. But do they know that he's
30
this
seconds
close?
left.
Oh, the timing. You can't manufacture that. Narrate's able to respond. That's the second kill for his stinger in this round. This bonus from Sen so far has been smooth sailing.
He just can't help but want to go for more. Rusha's going to get forced a little bit out in the open here. Time is getting so low, but he is shot down. 1 versus 1.
That kill, that's the one that might break the back of BLG in this round, in this map even. Looks like a fault line connected onto K9 in Link. So Sen are knowers.
Last player
They're gonna
standing.
deal with it. What a clean round this has been, and then an opportunity to recover these rifles. Levius knows there's just not a good argument for trying to do anything more in this round, so we'll walk away. And the conversion on the bonus round is massive for Sentinels.
They have so much cash that Nere doesn't even care about trying to recover one of the rifles. He finds it more valuable to see if he can actually kill Levius. And, oh, he will. That. And gets the rifle on top of it. Not really going to get any better than that for Sentinels. The economy already out of control. This lead feels insurmountable for Billy.
And look how Sen set the map up so they get best use out of these stingers. Look when the rate is playing there. That aftershock forces Rushia out of that box corner.
Last player
Really
standing.
stepping up in that round. Wins the initial duel against Neff, gets the re-swing trade onto YZ. He was just hungry to find an advantage and take another fight. Bad buy for Billy now.
Judge
invested pretty heavily. Yeah, Rusha has invested down to nothing to get this judge posted up deep in B main. This kid does sees the barrel.
Rushia there, that really is pretty painful for the judge player who does not want to have his cover blown so early. And sorry, Zelsich just blew up your spot.
Oh, and now they know he's tucked in the corner. He has the paranoia. He's stuck. He's cooked. He's cooked.
Caught out by the util combo, and now the B-side definitely has a bullseye on it.
Bring them down.
Prowler out. Of course, seeing that trap wire, Levius caught in the fault line, but inside the smoke, a degree of safety. He can tuck in this little alcove, but he knows the vultures are starting to circle.
So they want to go even further. They're getting into that backside, trying to post up. Second at a deep position. Levius still there, and he is caught.
Little wayward. That one is nice. Neff drops down. That's a Zekin understands his projectile motion pretty well. So this round, like the alphabet, will end with X. YZ trying to come out with a couple cute swings, but will be put out by Bang.
Chances are getting incredibly slim here for Billy. This lead from Sen is way too dominant at the moment. They are playing so well on this map, as we thought they would, which is so weird that they banned it yesterday. Maybe we could ask about that later. They really were just...
One enemy remaining.
Sandbagging.
They're just pretending. Bring it out day 2 to get into playoffs. They're looking so good. Zekin is playing so well. His aggression is...
Their last best chance wire to get into this second half.
Aggression in B main, which is going to be forced back. They don't want to deal with this spam. Levius wants to pick up the trip, actually, to just adjust that somewhere else into the site to play off of later. Hoping to catch Zekin. Those tripwires can be the bane of the Neon's existence. That hasn't really come into play yet, however.
Obviously, Sunset was changed so that that trip is not unbreakable anymore, but that was a factor of champs last year, so these teams have long since adapted to the changes that Sunset brought way back then.
Rusha is holding a devious angle on main. Oh my god!
Cover going out.
Don't ask me how he saw that. He's going to punish the little tight swing. So no Zekin. Sen have to convert on this 4 versus 5 scenario. 0 point came out in that A direction. Tension really building. They know BLG are on the precipice here. They just need to give them a little push. Net flashes himself out. Bolan was going to come from anyway. And why is he tries to swing off it? The fault line caught Neon. And now BLG down to 3. Guardian in half for Rushi has got to stand his ground now. Found the Prowler. And all of a sudden, center out of dodge. They're leaving.
There are 15 seconds left. John is taking this fight all the way through spawn. Can he get...
Let's see, right? Oh, okay. Rushi sees this. He knows they're going to get ahead of this.
One
oh my god,
remaining.
this timing is
just.
Bro, okay, all right. I mean, sure, that was
0.33 seconds remaining. That is the tightest clearance that you could ask for, and BLG, again, it's Levius, just in dismay, has to drag himself onto the site and face the music. The Sentinels, it's a cacophony of cheers.
I can't believe he knew that timing. He had me sweating bullets. All good. All good. Center on a run. 5 rounds in a row. First kill converted by that disgusting shot. Made ultimately irrelevant. I don't think Neff actually got that flash banked far enough back to connect on the swinging players, or they were just a little bit out of the way, weren't wide enough. A little bit hard to tell, but regardless, it didn't connect onto him. And he was forced out of that position due to the utility.
It's round number 18, and it could be the last of the map.
They are getting dominated right now. Sen, as we expected, have this map at the top of their pool. That is going to make them so dangerous. They've replaced Fracture, which they didn't like, with one of their home maps. John opening things up already. Collecting a kill top mid. I think Neff might have just peeked out by that dark cover.
Smoke, yeah. Rushia, once again with the Guardian in hand, has always opted for this when the money has been there. We just saw how deadly he is with a single shot. Now, Narrate's selling this, obviously. Not always normal to have your Fade be that lurking aspect, so he's going to rejoin with the rest of the team. Mid is open for them. Market has some architecture that needs to be dismantled. There's the trap wire. That'll be dealt with nicely. Levius not in a position to play off of it. And now send Simmer. As things start to come to a boil, let's swing of this smoke now. See Zekin break the crosshair placement and deal with Levius. Sen had the numbers overwhelming the sole defender of the site. And YZ, all-star YZ has to salvage. That's a good start. Rushia down, no big damage done. And Noisy eventually will be dealt with. Electrifying play from Zekin and a 4-piece to secure the equalizer map.
can advance to playoffs. Uber and Wyatt, take it away.
The prevailing narrative for the road ahead for Sentinels coming into this game, why it was free playoffs. You guys have got it. You guys have the easiest run, etc., etc. But this series has been anything but. Icebox, brutal for Sen. They never got going. They could never get the start they were looking for. But their pick of Sunset still proved to be one of their best. Stunning performance. Now sets us up for a decider map for the first spot for these teams in a Masters Toronto playoffs. And it all goes down on Lotus.
Sentinels played a lovely defensive side against Wolves the other day, going up 9-3. Typically, the somewhat less favored side, especially when we're going back to this kind of old meta, old Lotus look that's just integrating Vice, who has been unbelievably powerful as a mainstay Sentinel on this map. I like that Billy have gone for this. I think it's a great comp right now, and it's always fun to see Zekken back on the agent that he made his name with years ago.
He looks dynamic, albeit slow to start in that Wolves series. That was not the story for Sentinels on Sunset, not by any stretch. Karenge Prowler on the corner. Zekken plays off of it stunningly. That's Knight down. Sees to follow up with the nade. Already, though, BLG have pulled the plug on that big foray into tree, though Nev is unsupported.
Just praying to find some kind of timing through door, but that is being watched by not just one player, two. This shear is about to be activated. Double push past it. They want to fight these players. Nade is going to do some damage. Swing out from Levius. Can they spike this?
Oh, he just headbutts that bullet. Narrates handing out 3 haircuts. And again, Billy have Neff walk up in the tree, which traditionally, with his Vice comp, you see Zelsa sometimes go set up his Arc Rose and his util there, just headlong into it.
God, that is sick from Zelsa's second round of that reaction time. And Neff just feels so pressured that he has to get even more space towards A to allow the team to go for a pivot back after they lose that initial player.
Thank you for saving me.
Zelsa's carry.
Hey, and if there was ever to be a map where we get a Zelsa's carry game, well, first of all, he was playing very intelligently back on Icebox. He was great there so far in this series. But Vice on Lotus early this year is where he had some of his best games we've seen from him, if not his best all year up until this point.
Deltas this time at the seaside. And they're trying to chase Billy off this mound position, and Zekken's inching forward. Here comes a hit. Razorvine comes out, going to be avoided by Wisey. Extreme low. Wisey! It's not a molly, but close enough. John down though. Rushi's having to deal with him with that classic, and Levius has got some sharp shooting here. What is this? Dominating!
What is happening?
On that B-side. Utter pandemonium. And Zelsa's here, of course, is a beat behind the action. Rushia makes the turn, sees him come.
Even at that, he gets the dig onto him, double face. Zelsis, there's no hope.
Okay, well, welcome to the show. Everything's made up. The points don't matter. It's a MasterCard Thrifty in the second round for Billy. Bizarre.
Someone said, Wisey, nade yourself. He just jumps into it in the corner. What is happening? How are they able to convert this? The shots from Levius were
for my next trick, I'll catch my own nade.
Look at this from Zekken. He satchels out in one tap. Narrate can't trade. I think he had a bulldog. He can't see, man. This is ridiculous. I mean, listen, you're hoping when you're a Sentinel, you play B. Maybe you cut off a rotate. You get someone maneuvering towards C. You're usually not getting 3 with the ghost on your eco.
The third while you are blinded, by the way. Well, that didn't make a lot of sense, but that's fine.
Oh my God. All right, Zelsis is alone towards A right now. Playing in the dark cover, hoping someone may take a little stroll into it, but that's not going to be the case. Wisey timings it, though, to get in the next one with this judge.
Got John's weapons from the previous round, and he's decently set up for this, but Razorvine's going to slow him up. Roshi, though, not so fetid. He's able to push ahead. Make short work here of Sentinels into the grind. They've become mulch here on Lotus.
Well, they were stacked up on the proper site, but BLG were just overwhelming with the numbers, with the superior weapons, not really able to get anything done at all. Bang left on his lonesome. probably just going to eventually perish to the spike. Looked like Sen were just going to carry all of that momentum they had from such a dominating performance on Sunset into Lotus. On defense again. That's what they did to Wolves just the other day, but Billy are right back in the game.
I mean, you can't account for a bizarre Thrifty like the one we just saw. That's definitely throwing things for a bit of a loop. And that individual talent on Billy, it's really easy to spot.
It feels like, you know, throughout this series, maybe, I guess, save for Sunset, but any player on this team has just pulled out some magic individually as far as being a shooter with the mechanics, you know, specifically on Icebox. Even the guys who had less kills total when Rusha and Wisey were taking over, Levius was still finding moments to hit some snappy multi-kills. Neff has been playing well. All right, full buy here for Sen after what was looking like a great start. Then went disastrous on round 2. Let's see if they can wrangle control of this defensive side. A couple players trying to get out towards Mound. The Ben can take a forward position to teleport away.
Bang wants this Mound fight until he doesn't. Paranoia comes in, forces him out. He's able to TP away and just get up onto the side.
They don't have any utility left. Wisey already used that nade, so no real pressure can be further applied to Bang when they know he's been routed into Bend.
Not ready yet. Good
Flash from Levius is going to get the information that Zekken has pushed up towards B main. Someone is playing close. In the meantime, you have Neff taking a lot of space towards A. You know, already you're seeing some differences on this attack side from BLG compared to Wolves, where Neff is able to take a lot of space. Spring wasn't really able to do that the other day.
B is the look. Wisey, no blast packs here, so no fast hit. Behind the Prowler though, plenty of util left for K9. Zekken just trying to play his life as well as he can here through Apple, but that snake bite is going to make it, in theory, a little bit more challenging. Just bank a nade here. Response, oh, the C's as well. Rashia, though, is able to get clear of the blast. And that combo fizzles.
BLG can't take too much forward space, but they have a couple players in Baby Door right now. Things could get awkward. Sen can dump so much utility on them right now.
They're doing Rashia near side, and Zekken with one paltry point of health is able to get his, and Narrate found double. Levius is squeezed up on the side. Rashia is still there, trying to crouch, trying to hide away, trying to live. Instead of having none of it. Bouncing back into pole position. A B-side retake. 2 guns still to carry out of the round.
That was a real opportunity for Levius, but the spray was haphazard on that entry from Heaven. I mean, BLG do a good job getting into the light side. Or, yeah, you know, they get the spike down, but they just can't get forward. There's no real opportunity to do so. The option there was we just have to take the timing to swing out of this smoke behind the wall together rather than in front of the wall. But Sen were overwhelming in that situation. You know, I think earlier as well, Neff was feeling more confident to take a lot of that space off A, because what we saw on defense was Narrate, Bang. That was a duo that was pressed up on Rubble together, but when you know Bang is at Mound, it feels like, oh, this might be my opportunity to go. It's going to be a bit lighter, but it's not like this round. Sen have 3 players ready to go. Nade, sees, caught right onto Rusha. He has to teleport to safety.
Took some damage off that though, didn't he? Just a lick though. Zekken is able to get back. Wisey dealt with. Bang has the TP out of what could have been a pretty hostile situation, and so the rubble fight goes very poorly for Billy. There's a pause in the action almost, as it sees nade combo came in. And from now on, Billy have to account for that threat. I have to TP across the rubble, maybe not up.
Narrate able to get so much value playing around that tree position with the Guardian. Eventually, I'm sure he's going to try to pick up the Odin as well. What can BLG do here? As Sen are more than content to just play this nice and slow and go for the retake when they need to.
Zekken sees is coming. K9 attempts a wide swing, but Zekken looking comfortable. Strips Neff down to 16 health. Levius has already earned that Steel Garden. That spike is dropped just outside of Baby Door. It's going to be a very difficult recovery mission.
This round looks like it's destined to come to a slow crumble for BLG, who will have enough to continue the pressure, buying up on the next round fully. But this is well done from Sen. They've been able to get to a couple of crucial ultimates for the next buy round too. They've got the
10 seconds
Showstopper and
left.
the Nightfall, so they have many tools to use to try and extend their lead.
We've seen the variations from Sen on this defense side. Quite often the action is where Bang himself is.
Flash trap
They
destroyed.
fight over at Rubble. The Omen's there. They make an early foray for Mount Control. Bang is also in position. So they've been varying, moving across the map. Here's his Rubble fight. I see, yeah, TP back, of course, towards him by Bang, and he's able to punish Zekken.
One enemy
Sits
remaining.
and waits for them to step on up.
Gotta say as well, Sen, so far we're barely into this Lotus Mount, but man, they've gone for a lot of Season 8s. That one back Rubble is pretty standard, but they used it in B main as well very early on. I think that was on the pistol, so that's going to cause a lot of concern that at any point, if you're a Billy player, you could be getting hit by that usual combo. They want to get this early A control again. It's just that aforementioned duo of Narrate and Bang playing towards Tree. They are often just in tandem on this A site, playing together, controlling that space.
You're going to see this duo of John and Zekken start to favor the A side of the map as it was a more passive showing from Sentinels early. But Billy have decided just to make their way towards this C side. It's just going to be the Vice and Util occupying that side, and Celsius, as a result, playing safer here.
Sen have gone for a full re-clear through Rubble. In the meantime, Billy slowed down at the moment by some of that defensive utility, waiting out the cloud. They're going to have to burst in. Ultimate from Wisey. Celsius is out in the open, and he's caught. Traded, though.
That sheer wall, though, is in play. This is slowing Billy down. Now, though, it drops. They're able to push here over towards Bend.
There are going to be so many ultimates involved in this retake. Zekken can get back in with the Showstopper with this Nightfall at the same time. Steel Garden, though, hoping to make it so that Sen can't scale off of their own ultimate.
It has definitely slowed Sentinels down. Not confident, of course, without their primaries to push him, but Zekken doesn't need it. Oh, that's awkward. He'll take Rushia with him at the very least. Odds are evened. John steps up. 2 players here out of Waterfall for Sentinels, and they see the shoulder of Night. The double high-low stack, though, is tough for them to break. John knows Neff is around the corner, and he doesn't have the health to withstand an engagement. Billy, it's a scrappy fight where they occupy that seaside and hold on.
Both Showstoppers just earning trades. Celsius does good work to go 1-for-1 against YZ. That Steel Garden was the antidote to that retake, stacked with ultimates for Sen coming through. And Roosh is able to also get Zekken in time before the rocket connects. Highly important, and then it's just a nice little triple sack up face. Everyone on Billy ready to fight together to close things out.
This time it's a look towards B. Viper's Pit on C already laid down, so Sentinels adamant about locking this part of the map away from Billy's purview. They're not fully convinced though.
Look at this investment for YZ. He's going for the operator right now on attack. Just trying to post up on some of these angles towards B, but that Viper wall will keep him at bay temporarily. This certainly implies that Billy want to maybe slow down the game. I mean, Zekken is just caught spamming through the stinger. At least Bang there for the trade back Rubble.
Mark, though, has to get out.
Here.
And for Sen, happy enough with a result like that. Celsius has his own Steel Garden now. Could be pretty effective here. Push comes to shove at the big side of TP4 from Rushi. Already gets himself there. Celsius waits. Spike loose. Oh, that's a desperate scenario here for BLG, but why is he popping himself up? What an upshot. Narrate peers on him, but Levis is able to find the trade. And again, it is down to John. John in a 1 versus 2. John who had to leave his Viper's Pit and try and salvage the round at B.
That is bold, but necessary from YZ. Finding that trade, and from there, Billy maintain it, trading further, getting this advantage, putting all of the pressure on John on a round where both teams economically have so much at stake. Time has dwindled so much due to this heaven rotate.
John's not going to see much here. He has a snake bite, and Rushi just opted for a timing. He knew he had a contingency with his teammate in Baby Door, so goes for it and puts that one to bed a little bit earlier. Billy, 2 rounds in a row, stringing them up. Half a this gets complicated. They're definitely going to be forced down to a low buy.
Spike down.
Kind of an awkward first engagement. Celsius does a great job isolating one fight. YZ goes for the most mental trade attempt possible and pulls it off. Coach Kaplan is feeling forced to call a timeout at this point. Certainly cannot blame him. That was a round of the utmost importance for the half.
I'm glad you highlight that YZ moment. Bizarre, but it's the brand of a Valorant that Billy like to roll with.
By like this, where you have some stingers, if Celsius finds an opportune moment to use that Steel Garden, that could be enough to win them the round. They have full A control, and with all of that noise being made, easy call for Billy to get this free B site.
Now, those stingers now looking a little bit awkward at the periphery of the map. TP, I mean, ultimate for from Russia in the B. They were convinced they'd have that one dead to rights, and they went wrong. Sen here have to look for a way to employ Stingers, Sheriffs, and this singular Bulldog. Line up for Zekin. Comfortable double swing that outwits him. Mind you, that operator has been maintained, even though YZ went down previously, so there should be a comfortable end to the round for Billy. They've got all players up. They've still got util to spend. Sentinels probably don't want to feed them too much more old economy.
We'll say that Billy would love to hang on to these guns. They still have a couple players at really low cash. Oof.
Okay.
Nice snap from K-Knight. Finally able to get on the board in this round.
Taking stock of things, though. We had that timeout from Sentinels. They've had a chance to sort of consider how they build into this gun round. 3 defense side rounds, acceptable, probably. Need to go big here.
Yeah, they index heavily and just going for that 4-person rubble fight, praying that that's where Billy are going to be headed. But it ends up being a very standard situation on Lotus Attack where you have one player kind of floating towards that A main. You hear, wait, they're using like 3-4 different pieces of utility. All right, just go elsewhere. That's very common to be occurring on this Lotus Attack. Why is he still playing with this operator?
Where are you?
This is definitely an inflection point in the first half, round 9. See, Sentinels finally get some rifles under their belts, but there's that operator punishing these contact peaks.
Go get it.
It ended up being a 1-for-1.
There's been a lot of early trades in this half, just like that.
Look at where John is playing. So far back.
Picking up a lot towards this A site, but again, you know, they can just feel fairly content to play this for the retake when they still do have that Steel Garden and have the potential to collapse into that site off the back of it. But now Sen want to get back in, entrenching the site, anchoring positions now that they're doubled up. They have the read on the situation. Obviously, Billy making a lot of noise. They want to execute Sen. They're getting over here, right? No one to trade onto him. Finds the advantage for Sen.
And that was all before a Nightfall came down. Sentinels take the risk of being susceptible to that in order to have a player posted forward to get an easy kill. Now the momentum starting to peter off. YC has to just skirt around that razor vine and trigger the shield wall. Needs to try and find a way to use this op.
30
How
seconds
far
left.
will this madman push with the op in the waterfall?
Has he heard this? No, there's a player making noise behind him.
No way!
Okay, rewarded and not punished as 2 players from Sentinels quickly try and spring to attention. No horse presence for the defenders. YZ is going to be permitted to push up here again.
If he catches his second kill right now, the Nightfall could certainly be enough to win this round.
Bang wanted to check the site. It's unclear if he got any information about where YZ is set up. Okay, the Nightfall belatedly hit from Billy. Look at how decayed they are. It's easy.
Player standing.
Able to spray 2 of them down. Narrate has to challenge YZ here. Blast pack to try and disrupt. Shorty in hand. He knows exactly where his assailant would come from, and YZ drops Narrate like a sack of potatoes. A 2v3 clutch. He's in an awkward spot where the op still converts.
He is just a fearless maniac on that round. The push into waterfall, adjustment to kill Zelsis, gets the free sight for the team. And by team, I mean Kano. He's the only one. He gets over there. What a win. What a win. Brutal for Sentinels. They're going to force into this next round too when we get back into things, and it's left them with just a stinger for Zelsis. Not ideal, a lot of light armors.
And this time they're more than happy to bully their way out into rubble, our Billy, and there's nobody here. It's another round where Sen only have John on this side of the map, and he's playing very far back.
That poison cloud going to go forward to cover up the view from stairs. Intentions of going through tree right now. Sen, they're trying to be fast on the pivot. They've got Zek in here. Narrate wants to get back sight again. Assist John when the pressure is coming in, when he's blinded up by the paranoia.
It expires quickly enough. The Wisey's brought down by Narrate. He's watching it from that high ground. John gets absolutely saved. That's the one with the op here. Having to peer out from tree. Sen, I'm not going to offer up any freebies. Look where that spike is. That is going to be an extremely oppressive scenario that Billy have to fight into. And Nev has to do it by pushing up with the operator.
This round should simply be unwinnable for Billy. There should not be any way.
Sick round from Narrate. Wyatt, he was the standout. Sentinels in their last game. Won't be able to do more than 3 here, but should be enough. Okay, all of a sudden, John brought down. Viper's pick going to be deployed by Neff, but he still needs to plant Steel Garden. But he has a shorty inside the pit. Not the worst scenario for him. And he'll wait this out, maybe look for a timing to swing out of the wall, and he's found bang! Zelsis!
Oh my god.
Quells what would have been a ridiculous uprising from that solo Viper. And Sentinels, they've managed to claw their 4th round, but it's another costly one. And they get to stabilize the economy, but Narrate here is able to find Corey, protect John.
Down A.
Zekin picked up the op at the end of the round.
Oh, my god, you could see that clutch happening. Oh my god. Like I said, unwinnable, but Nev made me believe for a second.
I mean, he commits that solo Viper's pit to play from.
To playoffs.
Billy have reinvested in that op as you speculated, Wyatt. And yeah, early looks at A. Narrate has come back here with the Odin.
Brown doesn't spot wisely, just ends up going a little bit short, so he wants to wait for this dark cover to fall, hoping that someone is going to go for the common jump peek, and it does happen, but Narrate was not too overexposed. Often players do it more towards the middle, but he was a little bit off to that left side, and I think that saved his life.
Why is he unable to react quickly enough? Okay, shield wall to dissuade a push off of the C site. That is actually where Zekin is set up. He does want to try and put himself where the action is. But whether that means he'd actually push off of C in the direction of the attackers remains to be seen. There's rubble presence, the threat of the Odin. All the util coming out from Bang and Narrate here have definitely slowed BLG up. So Wisey opts to try and hold a B line. Viper Wall will cut him off. Still guarded.
that C site free. Dusen try and actually pull back in here. They have a few players near it, but wow, look at this pivot from Billy to have to go through the thorns. Bay wants to swing off of it. Trades coming through, but now the site is taken. Spike should be able to be planted, but Sen have other ideas.
Yeah, YZ decayed very, very low. Sentinels though don't really follow up on the Nightfall instantly. Simply choose to get in position.
Yeah, cut off by some of those mollies. The thorns on the ground. They're going to do some damage tonight, and it actually nets the kill.
Decker now with the showstopper. Stopped in his tracks. YZ with an op shot now. He's in the thick of things. In the heart of the maelstrom, YZ wants to push up, and with this op. Oh, are you kidding me? Devastating impact from YZ. Always an ace from him, but Zelsis is able to interfere.
He gets the damage through the wall. Zelsis down to 10. A little bit of regen, and he is going to get out of there. No cash left, needs to save this. YZ is a menace.
And again, it's just absurd. Operator pushes onto that B side like we saw those few rounds ago where he saves it for Billy. YZ with a masterclass on subverting expectations. Sen still struggling to adapt to this duelist.
Seeing in that instance too, some of the power that even on attack Vice provides, where it's a denial of the flood. Those thorns being forward made it so that no one could really scale or try to fight off of the Nightfall that was used. And then shot onto second, denying the showstopper is outrageous. And then somehow he tops it. A mere few seconds later, by pushing it to heaven solo and gets a collapse.
John never had a chance to get his gun up.
He will never slow down. He is ruthless as a duelist. Intentions for Billy to take Mound early here.
4 defense side rounds is going to feel uncomfortable for Sentinels, but it is enough.
YZ now just one orb away from getting the showstopper.
Zelsis here operates of his own util. That's Livius down. Oh, this boy! He's mad! Zelsis on the dog inside him.
Spike down.
Takes 3 just as BLG hoping to swoop in and get a nice 8-round halved. He has thrown the stick in the smoke, so they've gone over the handlebars.
Damn, that play genuinely looked angry. Some fury on the defense there from Zelsis. He looked so locked in. It's all on Rusha in a near impossible situation. Zekin still has Sappers to get back in. He can just send it, distract, while everyone else will collapse onto him. They have plenty of options here.
Bangner's able to deal with him in the end. So all things considered, respectable from Sentinels, but at moments you've noticed them struggle with the tempo and just with some of the individual inclinations of Billy. A very tight half here and everyone getting locked in. You mentioned it. Look at Angie Zelsis there on that C side. Looking to try and stop BLG in their tracks. It's been quite the series so far, and it promises to be an explosive finale, so stick around. One of these teams will be Oh, come down by Zekin, who didn't think there'd be a follow-up, and Levius is there.
He's pushed up so far that he was, luckily for him, able to dodge that paranoia. Now Sen, they are pivoting towards this A side where PLG have drifted. They are in the right positions at the moment, giving up C. Neff weak though, backside, going to be challenging to anchor against the Horde.
This is pretty quick moves though from Sentinels up onto the A side. No upper presence yet for the defenders, and Neff gives as good as he gets.
He'll take 1 for 1 with that low HP.
K-Knight now straight to drop. Here comes that attack side Viper ball now. It's a little bit annoying. YZ can't see past it. K-Knight might need to be activated to disrupt a potential plant. So the paint shells had the intended effect.
Some players getting weak.
K-Knight flag! Right-click City!
Last player standing.
And they are both very low, below 60.
30 seconds
Zelsa
left.
with the sheriff, but K-Knight thought he had him. Zaddy is home.
Zelsis is determined to win. You can see it from his disposition on his face. Since that last round of the first half, he is getting serious. This is not funny, whimsical Zelsis. He is here to win. He is hungry, especially for this team. After that disappointing finish that they had at the first international this year in Bangkok. They want to come back and show exactly what they're made of.
Why are you going here? Why are you going here? What the?
Find you.
Ooh, cut that one off at the right time. 2 pistols here for Sentinels on this map. And it's an A side that is utterly bereft of defenders.
In the first half, Sen won the pistol, but lost in this exact situation. If they hadn't, we could be looking at a very different game. Billy were able to gain so much early momentum for their economy off of that.
Okay, Zelsis.
In danger, just wants to stay alive. Can't.
Oh, they're chasing.
Even though he is the player with just the sheriff.
Finally, I think Sentinels have been able to throw enough at Billy to cause him to simmer down.
And that's an easy call now for the rest of the team to just get into the A side. Zelsis feeling all of that pressure. Should be light on the opposite side of the map.
They are so patient about it. Here's a plant. John gets it down. Billy playing second fiddle, just trying to catch up. And now without much more than Frenzy Ghost. Neff will remain tucked here most likely. And this would allow the game to become even. Narrate would love to get something for this outlaw. Some little ROI farming. And he might get something from oh, buddy. Neff, though, doesn't overcommit. Narrate doubles back to the angle. And will handle the interloper. Oh. If only just.
The right click almost got him.
Spam here, Zekin says, okay, something to be had here, and he's right. 3 kills with the Stinger. Only Levius to survive, only to perish to the blast. And now, we have ourselves an even game.
Second would have loved to have gone for a little bit more. The showstopper on the attack side with his traditional Lotus look. Very important.
Close call, that one. Billy, though, again, the pistol came down to a 1 versus 1. They sort of knew they'd be here after that clutch was lost.
Now can Sen convert on their own bonus. They are ready to fight out towards this A side early. It's light from Billy. Tucking to the box is YZ right now. And actually getting a lot of reinforcements through B. Look at this, Billy, they want to fight it, and Bang knows he needs to run.
Sentinels got out in time, though. Billy want to chase this, but just how far will they go? Not as far as lobby, apparently, and now the look is over towards B.
And Descend want to accelerate elsewhere, get into the site. Do they really try to get into B? No, now they certainly cannot, but maybe they'll pick up the pace, continue that, getting through door into the C side, but they'll have to contend with that sheer, with this setup from Levius.
Doggedly, Billy been defending, and Narrate's not able to trigger the sheer wall. That is still in play. Senna gonna run low on time here.
That is painful. Orb is now being recovered onto Zekin. 2 away from the showstopper. 50 seconds on the clock. They have no map control at the moment.
They have, though. Look at the util on Billy's side. It's really limited. Just that smoke from Rushia. There's a horn for Knight. They've drawn it all out, but at what cost?
So now with the wall down, you do have Rushia with that Guardian on this A side, just jiggle peeking.
30
Now,
seconds left.
Calling it.
he knows what the situation is. Wisely, does he try to timing this? He goes to the molly.
Vulnerable up, he's too easy to bring down, and Sentinels here have gotten exactly what they were looking for. Drawing Billy out of the defensive lines and straight out into the sunlight. And now Billy realized, man, we were so active, so good at responding to these early probes. And then they overheated just a little bit, losing to the send bonus. Not just losing to the bonus, Wyatt, but allowing it to be a flawless round for the attackers. That is backbreaking.
They maintain their focus over towards that CB side. Really weren't able to take advantage of the low clock on account of it just being Russia towards A. As you mentioned prior in the round too, just extracting all of that defensive utility out of Billy to the extent they just had a dark cover. That was it.
There's not much more that Russia could do except peek out, see what was happening. They couldn't hang.
It's just great calling from Sen. They work the entire map, get back to that light A side in time. Worked so well, credit to Dawn. Wisely bold in that situation. It just feels like he needs to help Russia. Hopefully the attention will be on his teammate. But John was ready for that. And it's made all too easy with the vulnerable.
See, things are pretty restrained. You mentioned it. Zelsa's looking. Side. Pretty standard. We have Zelsa's obviously watch seat. He's got the Outlaw in hand to punish a push-up. And BLG, do they want this fight again? Zekin's got hands. Russia finds out the hard way. YZ doesn't fancy any of it. He's only playing with a classic here. Such a weird assortment of guns.
Yeah, it is bizarre, right? I mean, Neff, yeah, unfortunately only just setting up a 700. Maybe these rifles can make something happen. Matter of fact, both of them have looked like intentions of maybe pushing out a B, but that's not going to be the case for the defense. Sen have inserted narrate over towards Rubble. Potential fight against YZ where he's highly favored. Far superior gun.
And they're going to use him to try and sell this.
Yeah, they even throw a dark cover towards stairs, and it's working.
Oh God, they're all departing from the
They
scene.
have fully bought it.
Billy, I mean, they can't take too many risks. If they think there's a stack opportunity, they've got to take it with these weaker weaponry.
And YZ, he just didn't know while that Viper's wall was up how many players actually crossed in there.
We'll get this at least. Oh my goodness, guy! Eyes in the back of his head. Very timely swing there from Narrate.
That would have been their way into this round, into a realistic retake, but
क्या
now
comeback
after
किया
that,
यार
it is certainly not the case.
Now just happy to
Kitna
post up
चाहिए?
here in this seaside. Second challenging waterfall. K-Knight
Third
forced off the
bite
line of
चाहिए.
water with a Phantom in hand. He likely doesn't want to wager it. And another flawless round on the horizon here for Sentinels.
We are right back to saving.
भाई क्या सेट नहीं यार
Away, narrate. Just obviously on the hunt. This economy for Sen is out of control.
मार वाइपर अवेज मार उसको मार
So
भाई
goes Sentinels. Get that magic 9 rounds. And get this
नहीं
next one, a real
यार
inflection point. Another gun snapped up at the
क्यों
end of
भाई
the
क्यों
Poor
नहीं जाना चाहिए था
Wasn't
उसको.
K9 dying. That was Billy who really needed to save those there and are able to get away with it. Nero just turns at the perfect time. I mean, like I said, totally different round if that isn't caught. And now, finally, we've gotten to the point for Billy where this
5
upgrade
more
that we were
games.
talking about so much on attack is economically viable to be picked up for YZ. This is going to have to be where the half changes for BLG, where it's going to feel like they are absolutely down and out. They've committed everything they've got, and it pays off for YZ.
That's exactly what they're looking for. The contact
नहीं
move up
भाई
on B
नहीं
main.
नहीं.
No more vice in the map for Zen.
भाई
Non-committal
गुटा
though,
और
this
A
early approach to
निकल
the
जा
round, and the
भाई.
spike left behind. They might feel the need to re-clear a little bit that B area before they head elsewhere.
Toxin screen down.
Prowler thrown out from K-Knight towards B. Doesn't spot anyone. It sends silently.
क्या कर रहे हैं ये लोग?
Way towards Mound when there had been
उनको भी पता है अभी वो लोग सी आएंगे.
for this execute.
रोटेट
Could
कर
see
रहे हो
a wall
धीरे-धीरे.
where, you know, Zek and Satchel's in. The rest of the guys get cut off by a sheer wall. Rusha's ready with a paranoia. This could get dangerous. They're ready to anchor BLG.
Nice one.
Tries to play it safe, getting over towards the
यार
side.
नहीं यार.
For two. Now
हो
it's
गया
going to be stuck
भाई.
here. Decayed down. His position known and noted. K9 and Levius in no hurry as John can't even get into the site with the spike in
अरे
hand.
यार.
An easy cleanup and a great use of the nightfall there from K9.
A great counter ultimate.
नहीं भाई
They
नहीं
do a nice
नहीं
job getting in, and it did
नहीं.
kind of play out as speculated, where that sheer wall not getting procced earlier does kind of awkwardly cut players off. It does force Bang to feel like, wait, I need to teleport up there. I need to get in. And then he's just out in the open.
Bang, yeah, trying to get up on that wall, right?
Catch them. Spike
Just didn't have the opportunity to get the tone out quick enough, actually take the fight. K-Knight perfect ultimate usage there. And the op paid off. Everything they wanted to do in that round worked perfectly. YC's going to mix up the positioning and go towards Mound. All of Sentinels have taken rubble on the opposite side of the map.
Russia has to play safe, passive, and it's Bang brought down. A couple steps ahead of the rest of his team, but Narrate at least able to find the trade. Billy responded to this quickly. It's a Prowler looking to check that A-side proper as Elsus gives Yorb a tap. I think he takes some hits there. Tries to back up. Neff forced away by the snake bite though. Here's a steel guard for the attack side to pave the way for a plant.
K-Knight had intentions of retreating for a while, and the steel garden ensures that.
क्या कर दिया भाई इन लोगों ने. भाई चारों भी यहाँ पे. अरे यार यहाँ जैसे.
John is there to find the trade. Nightfall for the attack side now, and
Nice
Knight doesn't know
one,
what's
two.
coming. Neff with a wrap from John. John finds his third for the round, and YC's off is
2v1
not the
2v1.
ideal tool for this job.
Nice one.
Sentinels back in front. Back with a burst of confidence.
Three
A fast
more
A-kit
game
plays
on.
out the way they drew it up.
The Narrate's Nightfall that time is used to perfection. Catches onto all of the players, retaking through heaven. Second absorbs some of that. Backs off. John swings up when they're dealing with Zekin. Gets the trade on the rope, and the rest of the players are pushing forward. They are all caught by that well-placed ultimate.
They're still Sentinels though going to have to contend likely with a YT off by. First it was a push out of B main, got Celsius. The previous round it was off of the C side. What will it be now?
He's over at a position with a couple other players. All of that defensive sentinel utility continuing to be littered across that C site from Levius. Dark covers being cycled as well. YZ, how aggro does he want to get? He's going to post up deep. Does John try to take this space? I mean, surely a contact push back into main would be a free kill for YZ. You have to imagine.
Do you ever think to re-clear this spot of the attack as it's so close to their side of the map? It's shoulder peek.
Smart. That's
John
smart.
is lucky to get out of that one alive. Limping away. Still keeps his weapon in this round.
And knows they've given up so much of that positioning that was possible for YZ. Gets away with his life. Now Sentinels at 45 seconds are pivoting back towards that BC area, kind of keeping their options open as they're activating that door.
Operator लेके भाई.
Had trouble dealing with that.
Page भाई operator लेके.
Tough for them to
आपको planting है. नहीं यार नहीं. भाई ये निकल जाओ भाई ये निकल जाओ रेज़ अकेले.
very much damage actually done. We are down to 20 seconds right now. Second satchel again. A couple players on defense.
अरे
Richard gets the
यार
first of his
नहीं
back.
यार
John was
क्या
just
हो रहा है
so
भाई
weak.
And there's not much more
1v3
to
कर
gain from
दिया
this
भाई
now.
ने
Zels is heading over towards the seaside, but that shield wall's going to get come up either way, and Neff will be
नहीं
waiting.
यार खत्म है अभी खत्म
Narrate steps up, and this is tit for tat stuff, round for round.
गलत जगह
Seb
से आ
and
गया
Billy
वेज
Billy
भाई
exchanging haymakers to try and close the map.
Keeping each other honest, that BLG round was critical.
थोड़ा
After
सा प्रेशर
reinvesting
निकला
into
उनको
the operator, that would have been presumably worth 2. That would have put BLG on the eco.
का रिवील मिल
They
गया
were
ना
in the right
ओमन का
places at
तो
the
ठीक
right
वाट
times
लग
defensively. They do a good job.
का रिवील नहीं ना
nullifying
मिलता
the
तो
attempt
हो
from
जाता था
Sentinels to
आराम
get back into that B site. Zekin in the air, shot down.
भाई पपड़ो दुआ भाई
So ready to go.
सिनेल दुआ में डरना मेरे को भी लगता है भाई सेंटिनल ही जीतना चाहिए सेंटिनल और पेपर एक्स का मैच देखना है मेरे को भाई जे भी उतना खतरनाक खेलती है यार क्या कर रही है यार सेंटिनल मारो भाई उनको तोड़ दो भाई तभी जीत पाएंगे ना थोड़ी जीतेंगे भाई तोड़ो उनको भाई तोड़ो सॉरी गाइस
Other ults. And realistically, the only thing that Sen can have on top of the From the Shadows, which
अबे
is all too
स्पाइक क्यों दे
viable
छोड़
to
के आया
go
भाई
those
नहीं
fast
भाई
to
ये पे
teleport executes.
फायर दे दो
Maybe
भाई
John can get a kill, get
ठीक
the
हो
spike
जाओ
down, and use that pit to win out a post plant.
थोड़ा भी
Even
रोटेट
that, you use the pit, you have to stay in it. Easy steel garden. Sure, maybe you have the shorty in it, so there are counterplays to the counterplays that are available if we get into a situation
Red ने
like
तो
that.
किया
So
rotate.
right now, it's Billy Billy again, posting up,
Yeah.
taking A control with that op line deep.
There.
This time, Sen have to have a plan for this. They've got to, yep, here you can see, they've got to be expecting YZ to be on this line. First is the Prowler. YZ's far enough away that it actually doesn't need to be shot at. Now the second wave,
भाई
Paranoia thrown
ओमन
in. This is
खड़ा
awkward.
है
Second not affected by it, but the rest
भाई
of Sentinels
कोई
are.
भी नहीं
Now
आएगा
no time
इसके
to burst
इसमें
forward.
भाई
Ball comes down,
नाइस
and
वन
so does YZ. That's the op out of the game. Russia has to ult from the shadows
नाइस
to keep
वन
back to his
भाई
spawn for
मारो
safety, and then opens this side of the map up for Sentinels.
Second is taking so much space. Russia wants to get back there,
ओ
but
बढ़िया बढ़िया ओमन
completely
चढ़ गया प्लांटिंग
misreading
प्लांटिंग
the timings that were available to send to scale.
He thinks he can get in
अब भी
way
आ
earlier
जाएगा
than that.
तीनों भी सी खेल रहे
And he was wrong. Billy now, you notice, yes, picking up
क्या
these
कर
rounds
रही
here
है
and there, but
बीएलजी
because
क्या
there's been a
कर रही है
patchwork
भाई
of back and forth, it's much harder to justify
भाई
throwing
डिप करना
themselves
है
in a
इनको या क्या
3v5
प्लांट
scenario
इन्होंने
with
किया है भाई
no control of the site and with no duelists to work with.
That position from YZ got
ओ
really messed up
भाई
in the
सेव
moment.
कर
It's
रहे
tough to
भाई
play around that
राउंड
Viper's wall close up. Feels like you either need to be in front of it or you need to kind of be playing back towards the actual site stairs. Because in that situation, when it drops, there's just multiple
क्या
players on
बात है
multiple
भाई
angles
राउंड
that
सेव
are
कर
going
ले
to be looking at you. It's hard to find a target even.
मैं
You see him
तीनों
trying
के
to
पास
adjust.
भाई
It's just too much. There's simply too much for him to try to look at. And too many players who have a much easier time
भाई
dealing
जो भी
with
देख
him.
रहा है प्लीज सब्सक्राइब करो यार
Look, he's just wide out in the open.
And that's how Sentinels realize they can take control of that
जिस
operator.
टाइम ओमन को
Use
गिराया ना
control,
इन
you
लोगों
try to
ने
close the gap on them.
भाई वो
When that wall
डेली
comes down.
गेमिंग पीछे ही हो गए
Billy with those saves. Porta can buy again. They do still have the steel garden. YZ's got on the showstopper. He was one away and died. Kane one away from the nightfall. One away from
माइक
the
लाना ही पड़ेगा भाई
So
बहुत
many
कम हो
ults
जाता है
in
मेरा
this round, which
तो
they
जुगाड़
need
करना
desperately.
पड़ेगा भाई
Horrendous cash. While Sentinels just have a bank to keep buying over and over.
This poison orb is set up to make even just trying to
ये
trigger the
मैच
shield
1
wall
बजे
potentially
खत्म हो
lethal for Sentinels. They can't
तो
just duck
उसको
in
भी
there
चालू नहीं
and make it come up.
12:30 तक ये मैच खत्म हो जाएगा नहीं रे भाई अब चलेगा और 15-20 मिनट अब
BLG,
1
they
बज
do have that
जाएगा
forward position over towards Rubble again. Same two players stacked up. Have done a nice job re-clearing them though. Realizing that they're finding more success just working this
प्लान
inside
करना
of
है
the map and
एक गेम
essentially
जीतेंगे ना
avoiding this vice entirely.
समय पे
Is the defensive showstopper play
Final
on the table for
हो
YZ
जाएंगे
here?
और
Counter out, looking the same as last round. Rushia now with a bit of spray.
Second is fully committed.
He's out,
No,
he's out.
he's able to get out, able to get out.
But again, where to from here? 40 seconds in the round.
Hey,
They've done
bhai,
nothing
see
about
kahin-
that sheer wall at sea, which has been more than a small
Oh, bhai.
nuisance for Sen.
try
Still two anchors there, out in the open.
Oh,
That
nice.
has to be traded.
The opening of the door is so big for Bang. He paves the way for a firing line of
Nice
Sentinels to
one,
look
yaar,
at the
nice
seaside
one.
defenders. Now they've gotten in once again with a two-player advantage. YZ might have to
शांत हो गया अभी क्या आराम से निकल जाएगा राव
is waiting for him
वन पीछे
to
से आ
make
रहा है
his way out of that B connector. And he's ready for K9 as well.
ओए ओए
He says,
ए
and YZ acquiesces.
सेंटिनल
An
बोलते
easy
भाई
pick-up once more for the Rays. And it is a dastardly
Check
scenario
करने
that
तो
Russia
भाई
has to
ऐसे
find a way
करो
to
comeback
unravel. And with this Guardian, he's got no choice but just to go for it.
गया ये तो
Sen
जाने वाला है
encircling
भाई
him to get away from the blast. Billy might have lost their biggest opportunity to get back in control of this map and series.
और 2 मैच बाकी
Russia
है
lucky to get
और
away
एक
with his
मैच
life.
बाकी है मतलब राउंड
Next round,
जाएगा
Billy,
3
of
बज
course, going to
जाएंगे
have to
3
force up with everything they've got. They still have ultimates. That could
3:30
turn the
तक
tide
हो
on a
जाएंगे
bad
पूरे
fight
खत्म
round to stay in the game. This is Sentinels on match point. 1 round away from making the playoffs. Going 2-0 to start this tournament after an 0-2 at Bangkok.
दोनों
Finishing
भी
in
मैच आज के
disappointing
बहुत
fashion. Playing with a hunger today. You can see it.
चलो
on their
भाई
faces, especially.
बाय बाय
Celtics in this game locked in.
PLG को बाय बाय बोल
Second back
चलो
of the original agent that he made a name with years ago to propel him to the top of the American scene is putting on a show on Lotus.
Billy have got a lot to commit into a round like this though. Bang has
नहीं
already got pretty far
नहीं
forward. Russia
अरे
sees that
यार
barrel. The
तो
Guardian he maintained from the previous
दूसरे
round.
मैच
Pays
है
dividends.
कि हाँ भाई
And showstopper will be avoided. Maybe a little bit quick on the trigger finger is YZ.
बहुत अच्छे दोनों
Raise
टीम भी
ultimates off the table
चेंजी
now.
और पेपर एक
John just able to get a little bit off to the left there
सब
from
टॉप पे अगर हो
YC's perspective. Again, this is a situation where you do have Narrate over towards that C-mount side, just controlling the space, ensuring that no one is pushing up. Viper's pit here now, going to make a potential execute there, an absolute nightmare.
And you mentioned it. Sentinels don't have those big initiator ultimates to work with.
भाई अभी
Don't have a
राउंड
showstopper
हाथ से
quite yet.
निकाल देंगे क्या भाई बी मत प्लान
Just
करो
short in
भाई
all of those categories.
Maybe if they had the
जाओ
Nightfall,
night
then they could throw
जाओ
that at the pit, Prowler, the Viper, something like that, but it's not an option right now.
नहीं वाइपर नहीं
So is it a hard force? Hoping to catch a player positioned far forward, like we've seen from YZ in the past, but BLG are actually giving a lot more map control over
30
here.
seconds left.
Now Santa going to run into this.
Wisely, does he dare jump up?
Shot through the box, he needs to see over
Nice
this wall.
one,
and
yaar,
can't quite, so
all.
that's free access now gained by Sentinels. Rushido is ready. Pure stopping power. This time it's a Guardian shot to John QT's
क्या हो
cranium.
रहा है भाई
12 seconds left. Sentinels have to go. Zeki getting sprayed down, but is able to find Rushia. Why is he trying to disrupt with the blast pack, but he gets caught
Oh,
out. Knight deals with
can't.
Narrate. Zekin and Zelsis back to back
and
for the series.
nice one
Steel Garden should be connecting onto both, though. Zelsis on the run. Zekin just has the shorty trying to play back sight, but the showstopper as well. He got that with the spike going down.
Zelsis is going to be jumped on in trees, got nowhere to go. Primaries are available again. And back to back.
ओए
Zekin and Zelsis put Neff in a solo situation. Sign,
जी
seal,
जी
delivered.
जीत गए भाई जीत
Sexy
गए
are back in a Masters playoffs.
क्या बोलते सेंटिनल भाई सेंटिनल कैसा लगा भाई कमबैक बच्चे बच्चे हैं अभी तक बाबा भाई कैसा लगा भाई कमबैक सेलिब्रेशन देख तो भाई
IGL is better. But
Oh yeah,
Paper
sure.
Rex,
The
please prove me
IGL
wrong.
says that
Please
for
prove me
job
wrong.
security.
Do you disagree?
No, I also agree.
I was gonna say, but I did do some recon. I asked Forsaken, you know who's IGLing this event? And he looked at me and went, who do you think? And I said, all of you. And he said, yep. So there we go.
Classic.
Yeah.
I have a feeling though that I wanna believe in this theory. You guys can get on board here.
Okay.
I think Forsaken may be leading you astray a little bit because Minnie
He
did
would never
say
lie.
on his stream that he's been trying to build Forsaken up into that IGL role. So it could very well be a ploy to distract you from the real mastermind on Paper Rex.
When you said this to me last time, Millie was watch partying, and he said he was like, I never said that. Mel is
I hate to
chatting
break it to
rubbish.
you.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I was
I
like,
know
there's
what I
no
saw.
way. I said the same. I was like, there is no way I'm taking Minnie's side over Mel. Mel's never lied.
No, why would Mel lie?
And Minnie has lied multiple times.
This is also true. And you know what? I'm going to tell you something that is not a lie, okay? Jing freaked out in his last matchup. This guy who was so sick. His entry pathing, both on the Raze and the Omen over on Icebox, was so good, Yin. So, I mean, just look at this. Mixing up his diving into backside. He had nice just movement, like in terms of air strafing as well, to get on top of the box in the previous clip. I just really liked what we were seeing out of him consistently.
I think his aggression has just always been unmatched. It's honestly funny to see. He's been doing this for years, and yet still it takes people off guard every time just because of how explosive it is, and he has the mechanics to just kill you right when he lands.
Yeah, and there were even rounds in that Icebox game where he's just instantly, like, round start, teleporting up on the attacking side, up into pipes, peeking. Within, like, 3 or 4 seconds, he's getting opening kills. He's playing Omen like I've never really seen someone play on that map.
Just a cheeky 10-1, you know, in opening engagements
Crazy.
against Team Heretics. Wild stuff. And it gets even wilder because if you look at Forsaken's performance, somehow he matched what Jing was doing on Astra.
Yeah, and he was playing so actively, I think, especially in late round situations. There were a lot of times the rounds got down to like 3v3s, 2v2s, things like this, and he would just like sit around on a late lurk timing or actually push in front of his walls, his smokes at times. He was just completely locked in.
Especially this round that's on the screen now was such a beautiful play by Forsaken. I mean, obviously his aim is incredible, we all know that, but it's his ability to absorb and retain all the information and the best plays you can make on so many different agents. There's a reason why we don't see it so often in the pro scene, because it is so difficult, yet he makes it work.
Yeah, and the stats here, he does this on every agent he plays. You know, it doesn't matter what kind of agent, what role, initiator, you know, anything, he can do this. But here's the thing, Mel. How much do we read into the Paper Rex victory against Heretics, and also the Gen G victory against MIBR? Because if you take that at face value, they're the two best teams in this tournament right now.
I think we can definitely read into it. I think Team Heretics, I know they had an insanely, you know, like I will say poor performance, but Paper Rex did make it look so clean. And I wonder how much you can fault Team Heretics for it, because Paper Rex brought so much energy and so many good game plans and so much good like kills and highlights that, I mean, to get a 13-1 like that, you do have to give them credit. Like, there's nothing else you can say. And the same thing applies for Gen G. Having that 13-1 against MIBR, mind you, has Ospas, a guy that shows up to internationals and makes him look not nearly as dominant, is an insane feat. So you 100% need to give your credit to both of these teams.
Yeah, would you agree? The Gen G MIBR puts Gen G as the front runner at Swiss stage?
I mean, again, it's so close between the two teams. I am leaning towards Gen G, though. I just thought they were completely lights out in the way they play. And honestly, in some ways, disrespectful to the fights they were taking against MIBR, especially once they got to a numbers advantage. They would just keep re-swinging into lines and just outperforming, out-reacting, out-aiming their opposition, which MIBR is a completely stacked roster in terms of individual talent. So the fact that, like, Gen G was dipping them to the level they were in server just speaks volumes to their own talent.
And I don't think you need to understand the Pacific region. You could be from any region, watch a game and understand how Texture likes to play. Surely at this point, I know we haven't seen the first seeds yet, but is it too early to say best operator player in the tournament?
I mean, the best operator on the Neon for sure. Look at how quick he's rotating, and this is what I mean. The disrespectful refights. There, he's got the stun beast coming back into the line a second time. He goes for a third one as well. He was feeling himself.
When we think of prolific operas, we think jet players, people that take their one, dash out, re-peek, but he makes the Neon op look looks so seamless. His movement, his ability to immediately go into the either running or dropping a relay bolt on the ground to break the spacing, it's just so skillful. It's so beautiful to watch.
Yeah, during the press conference, you know, a question was asked to him, who would you like to play after this game in the future? And he basically said, it really doesn't matter, I'm the best opper here. And I really don't think he's wrong. You know, Kankan didn't make it to this tournament. That probably is the only guy I can think of that could challenge him. So how much work, Mel, will Paper X have to do to make sure they don't make the same mistakes as MIBR?
I think they're going to have to match his energy with an operator of their own in something, in my opinion, but also be really diligent about the anti-op protocols. You cannot be lazy. You need to track where the opper is or make good assumptions and good guesses on where they can be.
And that's where I'm a little bit worried for Paper X. I'm not sure if they actually have the ability to deal with textures op. It is such a game-changing element coming in, regardless of what map the Gen G are going to be playing. And when you compare this matchup to something, obviously something, very talented player in his own right, but I feel like Texture has just been in a league of his own so far.
I almost think a lot of these times you just have to out-weird them a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, throw in some curveballs, don't...
Get funky with it?
Yeah, or you do the 2021 CNED strat, which is you find Texture, oh, he's here, run. Get out of here, go to the other side. Is that a viable game plan?
Yes, absolutely. There is no shame in doing that. Avoiding, I mean, the op is such a powerful ability, or not ability, sorry, a powerful gun. It is totally valid to try to book and run, but here's the thing. If you aren't running into Texture, you're running into Ash. He is solo by himself, rifling, and he'll take down 4, even if you can avoid the offer.
I mean, honestly, there were a few rounds that, like, Gen G realistically should have lost, like that clip from Haven, where he's just getting a 4K out of seemingly nowhere. It was just insane seeing what this guy can do on the global stage.
But also, like you guys said, if there's anyone that might be able to bring a game plan that works, might be able to find a solution, it is an opponent that you faced many times. And just on some of the rookies too, and it doesn't even feel like they're making a debut on a global stage. They look so unflappable.
They seemed so in control in that game, right? And again, they absolutely dominated MIBR, but it's a game like that that, you know, brings the newer players out, and it's just all of a sudden there's no even semblance of nerves, right? You are locked in from the get-go. You're feeling so confident now heading into today's matchup. It's like you've been here a million times before.
It's so cool to see, considering when you join a roster of people that have won so much before, when they've made such deep runs and they've won a Masters, I can imagine you feel the pressure that you want to not only make yourself proud, but make your teammates proud of you and earn the trust that you deserve to be here. And the fact that he showed up only shows good signs and good tidings for Gen G.
And for me, though, it'll be interesting, Mel, to see what happens when they're down, because neither team have even faced any challenges so far on this stage.
There is a lack of adversity for both teams. That's a great point I hadn't really thought about, but I'm really interested to see how they will come back. What are the game plans going to look like? What are the changes we're going to see? And the predictions, I mean, Yenzu, of course.
Yeah. I'm literally in the gutters.
It's tough for you, but honestly, I was interested. I was asking all our Pacifics colleagues, so like, you've got 2 for Gen G with Achilleos and Gen. Paper then went for Paper X. Makes sense. It's in the name, but honestly, none of them feel very confident in it. I don't feel like this is a matchup that can really go either way.
I think out of all of the matchups we are going to see is one of the more 50-50 ones for a reason. Of course, today will be the 9th time we see Paper X take on Gen G. So without further ado, the players are already backstage. Let's send them down and bring out the players. Have never seen. Today will be the tiebreaker, and not only that, the winner will be advancing straight to playoffs.
So much on the line here. Both teams 4-4 versus each other all time, but we have never seen this roster of Paper X against Gen G with Patman in the fold. So it is a new ball game.
It's interesting, both teams have cores that have such great deep runs in tournaments, and both have rookies on the team meant to breathe new life into these teams, and I just can't express how excited I am as an America's player to just be here in America and seeing this live, because normally we're up till 3 a.m. watching it, but being here, experiencing it live is a whole other feeling entirely.
And looking at the Omen map select here, it is 3 completely different maps to the last time they faced each other, and I forgot to even mention, Suggest was playing the last time these two faced each other, which is a bit of a throwback here. But what do you guys make of the map pool here?
I mean, what? We got Ascend, we got Icebox. That Icebox coming in after what happened to Team Heretics is definitely going to be a fun one. But seeing things start on Ascent, this is a map, again, Gen.G played very much by the book. Haven't seen it so far this tournament out of them, but this is like the classic Gen.G, back to the basics, fundamental Valorant map for them.
Exactly, and I think Ascend is a map where you are punished more so for your mistakes than really any other map. It's kind of a battle between who can make the least mistakes, especially because this map has been played for so long. And honestly, everything that's to do on this map has been done, has been seen, so I'm interested to see where the fights are going to take place exactly. I feel like we're going to see long, drawn-out rounds, at least from the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, the slow rounds, and what does that mean? All of a sudden, the value of an operator goes way through the roof. So winning pistol rounds, setting up your econ early on into that, getting that into the hands of Texture, and you can run away with them out.
Now, I don't want to read into anything, but when PaperX did experiment here outside of VCT recently, they ran Deadlock Chamber. Is that something you think could work perhaps on the global stage against Gen.G?
I think it could, given that we were talking about so much about the op prowess, and having a chamber player, you're pretty much setting them up onto these lines and getting the operator in their hands as soon as possible. And having that extra chip, I mean, you're never going to complain on the map like Ascent.
I mean, that would just be the ultimate matchup, right? Of the classic versus the techie off-the-wall PaperX style. Would definitely be a fun clash to see.
I'm hoping we see something funky, because again, I don't want to read too much into it. They've had a little bit of time since then to work on this. It will also be the first Ascent we see in Masters Toronto.
Right.
All of the teams have not really been favoring this map so far, so Mel, I'm happy that the first time we see this is these two teams that aren't afraid to get weird.
And I'm honestly looking towards Gen.G, because so far we've seen them really lean into Viper. That has been their read, and their response to Teo getting nerfed is, can we incorporate double controller into a lot of maps? And Ascent normally isn't a map where we see a lot of double controller, but if any team is going to make that gamble, I could 100% see Gen.G doing it.
You don't see a lot of it nowadays, but it is playable on the map. And you think, like, through the history of the game, there's been a lot of teams that have experimented with it. We've seen Loud play styles like that. Yeah, exactly. And honestly, there's a lot of cool things you can do with a pick like that, even in terms of like denying an enemy offer on the attacking side as well. So I don't know. To me, Gen.G, they're still in my head, this team that plays these older styles, but with us seeing more and more of them playing the double controller, there's certainly some options.
I'm not going to, I'm not going to deny a Korean team playing the Korean comp on Ascend, that they invent, the stuff that they invent on this map, we still, everyone else still copies this, so if it works, if it ain't broken, don't fix it type of vibe.
Yeah, and that's kind of Gen.G's way. I feel like they've just got such a keen understanding of how to play the maps in their pool, both from a calling way, from an individual style as well, that you have to like bring such a level of individual firepower and strong game plan in order to ever break this team.
And I think PaperX is a team that I want to say Ascent was the birthplace of us seeing that really true combination of firepower and understanding of the macro and util, because I remember in the offseason, people were watch partying PaperX's games and their offseason tournaments and being like, whoa, they're using this on Ascent? They're waiting for their drone? And it sounds crazy to say, but PaperX of the old was such a duel-heavy team, and I really feel like this was the birthplace of when we started to see PaperX.
Oh, no.
Are we getting a shoey on
Not the Red Bull shoey!
That's crazy.
So why are you saying oh no as if we're not going to make you do one of those, Christy?
Are we?
Because there's no way you could make me do that.
When you say no way, there is always a way. Everybody has a price. What
No.
needs to happen for us to get you
Not
to do
out
that?
of a shoe, sorry.
What if it was a clean shoe? Brand new shoe.
Yeah. What if it was? Who's your favorite player in this tournament?
No.
What if it's their shoe?
That's worse. Absolutely worse.
Oh no. What about you, Mel? One of you two. One of you two. Let's have some fun.
Okay. If it was a clean shoe,
Yeah.
maybe. But anyway, on to more important things here with Agent Select.
If we get a double chamber head-to-head, I'll do it. You know what? I'm not gonna back down.
There is a 0% chance Gen G play chamber.
Well, Foxy Knight is hovering it, and if this somehow happened, I will do a shoey in the crowd. And if this is, you know, evidence that I would do it. But they're all hovering right now. Nobody has locked in. They're teasing us.
They're just keeping us on our toes.
All 10 hovering.
Yeah.
This is different.
And if a chamber does get picked, I want to say it was Divide that played the chamber, of course, before. So if it goes over to Jing, I'm not going to complain. But it doesn't look like we're going to get the chamber versus chamber.
Oh man, I need someone to lock. My anxiety is through the roof. I have anxiety, y'all. Okay,
we got a
let's give it
KO. Normality has returned.
It
Yes.
was almost too normal.
Yes, the agent you must play on this map.
Yeah, it's too normal. Look at the other side of these hovers. The hovers on the other side tells a very different story.
Oh, it's Viper for Divide.
A Viper out of
It's happening. Oh my god, they've looked.
Wait, Gecko?
It's made Viper Gecko on Ascent.
Wow, this is a complete reversal of who I thought was going to be picking Viper. This is insane.
But again, like, I think Viper is so cool. They're starting on defense, unfortunately, but once they move to attack, like, you can do things like put mid orbs, you can put mid walls as well. There's a lot of different additive smokes you can make to just make the Jet's life on the other side really difficult with the AWP.
You know what I was saying earlier about Ascent? What's there to be seen is out there, but this is completely subverting everything that I've laid out. 4 of the agents Paperex is playing are so off meta. This could prove to be difficult for Gen G.
Yeah, and they did run this comeback at Masters Madrid. I knew I'd seen it somewhere before. It's time to throw this over to your casters, making their debut casting Gen G versus Paperex on the global stage. It's Achilles and Paperthin.
Well, here we go. It's the first time that you and I get to cast these two teams up against each other at an international event. And we're still getting weird stuff. Paperex continuing to iterate and to develop. Is this burnt? Is this going to be delicious? I have no idea, but they certainly have cooked.
It's just classic Paperex. I mean, it almost feels like a sunset comp. It should be very interesting to see how they're going to run it. I mean, early with the toxic screen, it's going to be cutting off the front of A, and they're setting up some kind of mid-hit, but all of Gen G right now leaning in the A direction. The one way there from Forsaken to slow it down just a bit, but this has been looking A all the way for Gen G, and they're just doing a little bit of diligence, checking wine with the knife, making sure that that's going to be clear for this push forward, and some pressure going to be put potentially onto Patman early, but they're not really quite reading this just yet.
It's going to be the recon forward.
So leave.
Cut off that door. Nanoswarm as well going to be invested. Forces to buy away, so can't stick around to try to spray through that smoke. Minor amounts of damage taken here by a couple players on the side of Gen G, but for now we'll have sight under their control as they look to try to go for this plan, but Paperex do not want to allow that to happen. Forsaken is just running at them. Managing to find one. Ash ready to get back. Something to get a piece of the pie.
Last player standing.
And suddenly we find ourselves now in the 1v1. The tap's coming through, but Foxy finds the headshot. Is Gen G continuing in pistol dominance. Didn't drop one yesterday. It looks like they're looking to stick to the same script here.
Just kind of a rock, paper, scissors in the game plan there. Paperex looking mid all the way. Meanwhile, Gen G just thinking A. And the retake looked pretty good initially for Paperex. They throw in a paranoia. They're using the fade util to force all the players into hell, and they have a real good chance. G can't quite find the shots, though, with the Sheriff. And that forces Forsaken into the 1v1 after he cleans out hell. Can't quite finish the job against Foxy. Close.
Too suppressed.
But Gen G comes out just ahead in a very important opening pistol on their attacker's side.
A full investment, everybody with a weapon beyond the pistols here for Gen G. With that Guardian, Foxy 9, Marshall in hand, waiting to see if there's any kind of big push out of the A site, but Paperex, they've already rotated and stacked everybody here at B. You see up over the top, Forsaken chasing, finding one, but Munchkin answering back in reply, that Stinger, able to find 2 quick kills, the Spectre as well. SMG is coming out on top here. Still going to commit to the pivot across towards that A site, so still maybe an opportunity for something to get the jump and find a bit more damage here. Here's the footsteps, finds the headshot instantaneously. Peek out, dodges. Now finds himself with a weapon in hand, but Foxy 9 will be able to get the shot. So a bit of damage going to be suffered here, but Gen G managed to get the 2-0 start.
Yeah, they're going to keep a couple of those Guardians over. Very potent weapons in the hands of those players. Paper Rex had a couple Sheriffs in there, but mostly going to be up with rifles, a few half armors, regen shield for Jing. Off the rip here, Forsaken just playing that corner for the Sheriff. Batman scoops it up, tries to go for something, but Carter Munchkin not having much of it. Foxy 9 reliable on the back end in 2 rounds in a row for Gen G. Things getting scrappy between two teams who know each other very, very well. Last year in Pacific, of course, they faced off in the kickoff and Stage 1 Grand Finals. One going Gen G's way, one going Paper Rex's way. So there is quite a bit of history here. Both teams want this win desperately, but as you saw in the pre-show interview with them, there's a lot of love on both sides too.
Timing on the flash, no one there to receive it though. Forsaken go for a couple straight shots through here and does nearly find some damage. Just a pixel out of place there. Cut of the noise, Gen G gonna look to try to convince Paper X to maybe try to rotate out. Wingman now sprinting forward. Checks and doesn't spot anything.
And this is something back on Gecko. An agent he played quite a bit previously. Foxy 9 trying to create some attention over at the B site, but that is going to pull Patman over a little bit, it looks like. Forsaken now uses the paranoia to stall just a little bit. He's going to try to fight this, maybe.
Connect on damn near everybody, and he can't get the weapon to realign fast enough. Texture narrowly surviving, able to find that kill. Busy connecting with Karan safe in position, rotates across. Shuts the door. Paper X trying to get clustered up. Foxy 9 still going to be in a very deep flank, just now making his way out towards B as the spike gets ready to be planted. But Texture trying to take some space up in towards heaven. Falling to the wayside as Patman, the pre-fire, is able to find one. Karan now going to be dead as well. Something heads away with the elimination. Going out, spotting the drop down. Munchkin somehow gets that kill. Foxy now. Foxy now in from behind, finds Jing. Munchkin gets another. Runs him down for 3. Gen G convert the bonus.
Just incredible stuff here from Gen G. This is just classic of the way that they want to call it, of the way that Munchkin likes to operate on any map. Doesn't matter where they are. Let the Sentinel player do some lurking, find your moment to strike. They do a great job being patient in the early part of the round. They don't fall into the little trap that Paper Rex is trying to set up in A main.
Let's go, guys! Let's go!
Ever the hype man.
Yeah, he's very fired up. He's been very, very hype. A bunch of Sheriffs and one stinger there for Jing. Jing thinking about trying to push his corner. Texture just holding this, crouched right around there.
It's got Karan up over the top here. All 5 players from Paper X on the stack. Foxy slow to scale forward towards A, so something tells me they're not going to identify that this is the open side of the map for a bit of time. Push now getting ready to come through. There's a lot of places to be spotted. Line up. Karan able to find the 1 kill. Does a decent amount of damage though.
Alright.
Levi and Patman both are tagged up, and Texture's got the read. Knows exactly what Forsaken's going to try to do. Gets him through the smoke. Stops him from grabbing that weapon. Jing's going to try to blast back across to get it, but the smoke now dissipates. Mr. 4K himself, does he make an appearance? He absolutely does.
It's fantastic there. Great patience from Gen G, and just understanding how hungry Paper Rex was going to be to scoop up Karan's rifle that was on the ground. But you're going to go into a quick operator here for something. 4 in a row to start this attacker side, but this is the part of the map. Think back to Gen G versus RRQ. In the Stage 1 finals for BCT Pacific. This is where they did their damage, was on the attacker side. This is where both teams did their damage, was on the attacker side.
Yeah.
So certainly you feel like this is going to be the better actually side for both of these teams. This is Pacific. We don't play like the other regions. Ascent isn't as defender-sided as you think.
It depends on what device going to have ready to go when it comes down to that Viper, but quick intervention here after the 0-4.
change of game plan for Paper Rex and a little bit more creativity from them on the fly. So right now, Genji seems to have them pretty well understood. Every twist and turn, and this operator has to get effective, has to be impactful for Paper Rex. And they're gonna try to get something done right off the rip, potentially. It's Jing and something over here, right outside A main.
One away from having that thrash at the ready. The push for the flash connecting and Texture mowing down two. It's already a disaster. Forsaken's gonna try to go on a timing, does manage to trade it back just for a little bit more, get some damage on the Karen, but cannot confirm the kill. Player advantage still gonna be there for the side of Gen G. As Foxy9 still lingering back in case there's a push up towards the top mid. At the moment, there will not be one.
Planted.
It's a cut across, both players gonna be joining together here at Tree. Their work cut out for them.
Aron gets a quick glimpse. Goodbye.
It's the TP to reposition right as the snake bite comes through. Patman just desperately trying to find anything that he could possibly get. Because it's a 2v3, they feel invested here in the round, so going for the save is not really going to be the play, but Patman now dead. Needs the buy all alone, so yeah, we'll have to back away now, which is going to be the one weapon save, the timeout not leading to a round win. Gen G streaking out similarly to what we were seeing yesterday versus MIBR.
They're so locked in. Forsaken there catches him a little bit off guard, gets a couple kills of his own, makes it at least potentially doable for Paper Rex, but this is a great flash off the rip by Munchkin, and there's just no counterplay to that at all. The Moonbot lagging just a bit too far behind, and Texture quick with it. With the Phantom finds two. And then Ash still really crisp with the shooting. So kind of one of the other big storylines you could be following today with these two teams. You have two new players with Ash and Patman on both sides. New to the international stage, new to Pacific this year. And so far, Ash and Patman have looked really, really good, but Ash there getting another big kill. Texture out in the open on mid. It's mostly an eco other than Devi's saved rifle. He is up close and personal. Tucked position though for Jing.
Noise made. Jingle out. Jing not quite spotting him there. Texture seeing none of it. Dizzy at the ready. They're gonna look to try to get a pinch here, but it's gonna be the one spot out, I believe, over towards Foxy9 as Texture on the re-peek finds Patman. Gets a spot out on the Forsaken. Identifying the position at 3, killing 1. Yet again, fantastic value off the rip here for Gen G.
And every time Paper Rex looking for those advantages.
Paranoia does not connect, and Texture does it again! Death a consequence of their teammates' positions. Mr. 4K's back. Better slow down here, Texture. You know what happens when you get those aces.
Jing's trying to feed it to him.
Yeah, Jing's like, please find me, kill me. Up and over the top, and Karen takes it away. Unbelievable. That is devious.
That's
but
classic.
For the Gen G heads here in the crowd, they can breathe a sigh of relief.
It's just classic Gen G. Deny Texture the ace when he's got it just for free.
There is no commentary that I could add that would make that better. It's
No.
just, it's perfect.
He just is a just beautiful man.
It is so damn funny. All right, well, we're back into the action. Gen G are up 6-0. Texture 12-4-0 here at the moment. 2 kills per round thus far. With no real signs of slowing down. Full buy is back in here for the side of PRX. They've got some ults to work with. Right Vault will go out first and foremost.
You should run.
Playing tucked here on the side. Nate able to find one. The quick peek in. Forsaken's going to be taken down. Looking for a little bit more, but Jing will be able to flush him out. Just very Foxy9 at hell.
Out of charges.
Just tears them to pieces. Jing now trying to back away. Does get detained. Munchkin going to try to close the gap. Try to get this kill. Doesn't spot him. But Foxy9 will. A 4K of his own. 7-0.
Well, this is pretty crazy. I mean, Paper X continues to try to make hard reads off the rip, leaving one side of the map relatively undefended, and Gen G's been able to either anticipate it and play against it, or just find the open space and quickly capitalize and set up for these post plants. And even with all those ults invested, Paper Rex could not convert, and they're gonna go for the second timeout already here. Really feel like they need to
Calling my bot.
He's just
only one in the lobby that has not died.
I mean, he hasn't been pressured much on a lot of the times where he's playing that solo position. It's been a lot of 1-4 for Gen G, and he's done a pretty good job of just avoiding any disasters and then being that last guy to bail the round out if needed for Gen G.
Spot out onto one with the 0 point. Forsaken down over at Wine.
But you can just see how wary Gen G is of some kind of trap play. It's been round after round after round of Paper Rex trying to catch Gen G in a position where they can get them in a crunch, get them some early advantages in the kill count numbers, but every single time Gen G's come out ahead and they're working the map incredibly well. Munchkin's gonna stick around though over at Gelato.
Peek about to come through, something needing to hit this shot. He's able to do it, gets a follow-up. Karan gonna be taken down as well. Best start, best hope here for Paper X to try to get up themselves on the board. We're in round number 8. Mosh at the ready to try to buy some time here. Further delay. Starts peeling back over onto the site. Something does eventually get flushed out. Player advantage still there for Paper X as rotations start to come through. Take on the TP. Now to be pushed forward. Takes the fight. Forsaken.
30 seconds left.
Comes out on top. Delivers Foxy Knight his first death. Ash now in a 1v3.
Spike planted.
Try to clutch this out. He will not be able to do so. Sees nade not necessary. Patman finds the kill, and Paper X find their first round win.
Yeah, this is just a nice hold from something. Really needed to come alive a bit there, and desperately needed this 2K. Give them that 5v3 advantage. Forsaken, been pretty sharp. Most of the map actually. He's been finding his, and he's got to get the team rallied. He's been the emotional leader now for Paper Rex. He's the one popping off. He's the one standing up. He's the one who's vocal. And he's gonna find a way, hopefully get them back into this. Gen G though, sitting on some big ults. Ash has that Hunter's Fury. There is still the showstopper for Jing. Didn't pop it the previous round.
Texture with plenty of money, still just gonna be looking to go for the Stinger here, so likely gonna be reinforced by the Blade Storm. So we could likely anticipate a bit of a pacier hit here from Gen G. Already storming forward. The
पेपर एक मैं जीत गई रे. अरे यार मैं पनीती हूँ क्या भाई? मैं देखने जब आता हूँ तब भी मैच हारते हैं ये लोग. नहीं अभी 2v1 है भाई.
Now needs to find his way back into B main to try to recover this. Which would take it down to a 1v1. Something though holding the angle. Can Karan react in time?
अरे यार 1v1 हो गया.
Strafing in to try to go for the spike. He's really suspicious about Forsaken's position. There's no way to know though. He still has time to work with.
No info. Forsaken
भाई क्या हो रहा है ये? पेपर एक्स तुम्हें सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ, जेनजी को नहीं भाई.
Still has the paranoia too.
It's going to be a bit of a standoff. Forsaken can
अबे आ
basically
गया.
playing the same position that something was in.
आ गया.
back around over towards
भाई
mid to make sure that there's no big re-wrap through bench and pizza.
मस्त लेकर आया रे मस्त पोजीशन पे
Wrong
बैठ
angle there.
अरे यार नहीं
Kara
नहीं
reading this well.
I have the spike.
Spike picked up, just continues to play.
Oh my god
Seconds
स्पाइक
still to
उठा के
play.
लेके गया यार ओमन
How quickly can Forsaken try to get on top of him is the question.
कैरन स्पाइक उठा के लेके गया अभी
TPU's not taking any chances whatsoever. Forsaken starting to move forward.
और
Gonna try to get the
सैंके क्या
jump here as they
करते
play
हैं
through.
देखो
Smoke cycled in. Karan
ओ
spike planted.
वो पोजीशन पे पहुंच चुका है भाई
Here behind Karan for the moment.
ओए ओए ओए
Trying to spot him
ओए
out. Considering a pre-fire. Drops that into
नाइस वन यार
Gets the read.
बढ़िया बढ़िया बढ़िया
Paper Rex on the road to recovery.
Yeah, tremendous patience.
ओमन
being
वर्सेस
shown here
ओमन
by
चल रहा था
Forsaken.
फाइट
Using his utility wisely. Those smokes by a
ये
little
अल्ट
bit.
में ले लिए थे भाई पेपर एक्स ने दो
Kind of one of those things that maybe don't anticipate because you don't play against Razes too often on this map. And it works a treat. Paper Rex has 2 in a row. Can find a few more now. They can definitely make a map of this. Again, attacker side is where these teams are going to be looking to do damage on this map. But, you know, Gen G's defender side, as we saw yesterday, absolutely fearsome right now. The way that they are controlling space, taking contact.
जी भाई अभी शॉक में होगी भाई ये क्या हो गया ए बढ़िया नाइस वन नाइस वन
It's going to be a player advantage and off the start here for Paper Rex.
That's the first time they've really been able to punish Foxy9 on his own like that. So that's a nice pickup for Paper Rex. And Batman is so deep.
Deep into the spawn.
ओए
Does get spotted out though.
तो स्पॉन पे नहीं यार वन टैप नहीं करना चाहिए था अबे अकेले अकेले मत आओ यार
Gets the kill, jiggles back out with the TP. Player's still going to be spotted. Map control firmly in the hands of
और
Paper
भाई
Rex.
यार
They've done a really nice job with this one.
ये वो तो स्पॉन पे
Know he's gonna be
दोनों
right there. You're suspecting that somebody's going to try to back him up. Ash cut off Jing.
नाइस वन
Cannot do it.
ओमन कहाँ पे है ओमन तो बहुत दूर है भाई
Needing to clutch. Finds
ए
the Forsaken
चल
once again.
once again ओमन नहीं मारा उसको
Now for Paper Rex.
Yeah, these are some nice calls now starting to come through for Paper Rex. Forsaken putting the team on his back now, 12-8 in the kill count, the only one that's positive in that department. And he is setting the team up nicely. Just plays that angle again. So patient on the Omen. Really impressed with his ability. I mean, it shouldn't surprise anyone. He can play any agent at the highest levels because he is who he is. But he looks really good in these last couple of rounds, just showing tremendous understanding.
जैन जी को टाइम आउट लेने को पड़ा ही ना भाई अभी पेपर एक्स भारी पड़ी तो दो ही गेम जीते यार पेपर एक्स तो भी इन लोगों ने टाइम आउट ले लिया भाई ये कौन सा है ये क्या तरीका होता है भाई 3 गेम जीते और टाइम आउट भाई तुमने तो 7 गेम जीते भाई 7 गेम पेपर एक्स लेट्स गो अरे मिल गया अरे यार नहीं यार नाइस वन नाइस
Spike now in his possession.
तू भी आ से कुछ तू भी आ से कुछ
Gen G find themselves in a spot where they're gonna have to try
अमन
to
नहीं यार नहीं
texture. Instantaneous. Karan just eating the stun. Divine out. Finds
बहुत
himself
बड़ी
very much alone.
Spike planted.
Forward trying to divide and conquer.
Nice one,
Finds the
yaar.
texture right there with the trade back. Gen G stopping Paper X in their tracks. They get themselves up to 8.
Yeah, this time the tiles crunch Doesn't quite come through. It almost works. Forsaken finds a couple big kills. This is Texture, able to just get around that corner using that updraft and dash. Catches Patman completely by surprise. He probably thought there's... Yeah, exactly. He just kind of panicked a little bit there.
The mouthfeel there for him. Not the result that you want to see.
और बहुत
But it's
मचा
all
रहे
because
रे
Texture gets around that corner like that. Otherwise, that's probably Paper Rex's round. Now you got an operator again for the last one and a half.
Oh, comeback करेंगे एक तो sure
Damage, but
करेंगे
Nightfall now going to be online, so they have that with the Thrash as a combo to try to utilize once again. Didn't work out for them on that A site retake several rounds ago. See how they fare this time for Gen G. One away from the null command, one away from a lockdown. Getting Foxy9 this orb, you expect would be priority, but still on the opposite side of the map, so we'll just go into Munchkin's hands.
It's one of the few rounds we've seen Paper Rex really spread the map, run a bit more of what looks like a default for them. They're starting to collect themselves around short. That's where the pings are coming through for Gen G as well, so they seem to have a decent read. They're going to use the Thrash on the other side. More info gathering than anything.
Yep, scouts out, doesn't see anything. Man now going to be coming through Paranoia over towards
अरे हार की अबे यार क्यों गेक को ऐसे कर रहा है भाई
try to reutilize that Thrash at all. Device still going to be tucked over in line with the 0 point. That should have told them everything that they need to know.
Nice one.
That being said, he's still managing to find a backstab.
Nice
For a
one.
little bit more.
Eh.
Himself a third. Defy.
बढ़िया बढ़िया भाई केजे तो बहुत कम है भाई
Foxy9 alone on the site.
केजे आ भी नहीं सकता भाई ये
Karan now.
केजे खत्म हुआ यार सॉरी केजे खत्म हुआ ओमन है वो
How has Paper Rex done this?
कैरॉन है भाई कैरॉन भाई
What an unbelievable recovery. And it's not going to end with a bang. It's not going to end with a clutch.
Oi.
This round is going to be done due to time. Karen will find some nice kills here at the end. Cleans up the 4, but the damage is already dealt. The hourglass has run out of sand.
ये क्या हुआ ये
My word. What an absolutely wild start to this match.
Starting to get a bit more of that chaos that we were hoping for here at the back end of this half. Let's see what happens in the second when we come back after half.
इधर ही खत्म कर दिया भाई
Spike down A.
राउंड भाई ऐड क्यों चल रही है मेरे को नहीं चलानी
going to need him on those entries to be really impactful with the raise. And it's like we're watching the same first pistol. It's almost the exact same setup.
Genji love doing a mid walk.
Oh.
4 players clustered up. Foxy 9.
अब पेपर
Lone
एक्सक्यूज
contact
ये
shooting
राउंड
A
जीत
site,
जाओ और
so
अगला राउंड
cycled
जीतो
in. Nanoswarm holds him at bay. Gets a decent
ये
little
दो
bit of damage
राउंड
there
जीत
on the
के
Jing.
भाई खत्म कर दे पेपर एक्स से
This turret will
गाना
get
है
cleared out. Now Paper X can start making their way forward on into the site.
Foxy's going to try to clear this door very
Nice
quickly.
one.
Doesn't even get all the way down.
अरे उन्होंने तोड़ा यार
Scout onto him, but point not going to matter too
Is
much.
it-
King reveals coming out. Sheriff in hand here. Something in Jing able to find some kills to trade it back. 2v2 texture.
Oh.
One enemy remaining. There, last one standing.
क्या कर दिया
Gets them over the line. Gen G still not dropping a pistol
Love
here in
it.
the tournament.
Well, and one of the things that makes kind of a big difference here in terms of who wins this pistol with a very similar start, right? Like, both teams weren't playing on A, on their defender side. It's the
कभी
Nanoswarm
नहीं
that
भाई
buys that little bit of
प्लान
extra
नहीं
time.
मैं
It's a
प्लान
quick
कर
clear
रहा तुम
of the door here for Foxy.
इसको डीप
And
करने
then
आ
the
जा
util flood is great. They're catching Paper Rex when they're not able to get set up into those post plants, and they're just ripping them apart. I mean, Paper Rex fights back. You know, something, Divide getting involved, but it just isn't quite enough, that extra layer for Gen
हाथ
G.
से निकल गया यार
Once
राउंड
again, it comes down to that last player. This time it's Karan. And that's got
Illa
Foxy
mat
9
kha.
fired up as well.
Had a little bit of a slowdown there for him. From 8-0 to now 9-6, I believe. Solid start.
देखो
Gen G, the anti-eco win themselves up the double digits. Not going to be seeing any kind of force here from Paper Rex. It's just the 2 sheriffs in the hands of Divide and Jing. As they will go ahead and
हेड मार रहे हैं ये लोग
continue to play Pac-Man, getting the orb collection to try to
पीठ
fast
से
track
रोटेट
this
मारते तो
thrash.
था भाई
Forsaken's been over here making sure
उनसे
A
रोटेट
main is under their control, so they can try to make
तो होएगा
some
भाई
kind of move. It's not going to surprise Gen G too much
का
here.
रोटेट
The tap of the second orb. There's one sheriff, or 2 sheriffs floating around for Paper Rex. Divine and Jing. But they're going to think about a different direction, and for Gen G, it's just play
Pero
defense
भाई
the whole way. You do have Karan sliding in towards short to help
केको
out Munchkin.
को क्या कर रहा है भाई केको क्या कर रहा
Might be
है
a setup for a paranoia into a hit, but Karan's got a judge.
Playing this close to the door, the paranoia wouldn't mean too much of anything. Would still have enough vision.
नहीं यार ये नहीं ये एंट्री नहीं
Prowler
है
checking. Now they know that there's going to be a judge in play. He's eating damage through this smoke.
ओह
There's one shell left, has to backpedal away. Push forward. Has managed to find one, something going to be taken down, but now they are going to be contained. Texture.
One enemy remaining.
Let's get a kill. Jing answers one back there with that sheriff, but now
नहीं यार उसको दिखा है तो
spotted, just playing around with him, showing the gun barrel. Like, can't kill me. You will swing in to try to find a bit more damage, but it's going to be Gen G now up to 10.
ये जीत
Yeah,
रहे हैं
that's just a
भाई
really good read here from Gen G, having that judge right where it needs to be, where even if there is a paranoia that hits him, he can't really, you know, there's nothing, like you said, that can be done about it. From the side of Paper Rex, they're trying to fight their way through, trying to spam in, but not able to connect, and then it just turns into a meat grinder. Smoke's dropping. Now Device smiling though, he's having a good time, and even for Forsaken smiling, so
I mean, at the end of the
vibes are
day,
still good.
भाई यही
these
तो
guys
खेल
know
में
each other incredibly
थोड़ी
well.
से तो बोलते हैं
It's always going to be some degree of fun having going on. Aggressive space control here from Gen G. Trying to just maintain this here at A main. Texture uses the tailwind. Managed to duck back though, but still
ओ
reswings out.
नाइस
It's a shot
टेक्सचर
across
मार
off
गया
the
भाई
cannot find
अभी
that
अभी
kill.
कुछ तो होएगा कमबैक
Off the
होएगा
rim.
देखो
Puts Paper X in a good position to try to prevent yet another bonus conversion from happening.
Man, Jing pushed all the way up by himself through mid. Devi.
जाओ
Wide swing.
अरे
Finds the
यार
first readjustment. But Ash will be able to get that kill in the end. Grabs the gun. Backs off back in towards the site, but like you said, Jing continuing to advance. Takes a peek around over towards that defender's spawn. See nothing from that range.
Spike down B.
And you take down Patman. A solid check there with it. Disney
Nice
comes
one.
away with it. Kill in
Plant
the
भाई
end. Sets
Gecko
up the Jing to
plant
crunch in from behind. Spike plant will put him one away from having that showstopper at the ready. As Munchkin now see what he can get done.
He's going to scoop up a rifle though.
Forsaken's
क्या
low.
करेगा
Around the corner, backs off the angle, sets up a smoke, and wow.
छोड़ दिया
crisply
भाई
will be able to
बोला ना
find
भाई
Munchkin in the
टेक्सचर
head.
मस्त है ना
There you
वहाँ
go.
पे
Paper
का
Rex
गेम
prevent Defending the bonus conversion, they get themselves to 5, but they double that round win rate just to tie things up.
Yeah, just good anticipation there by Forsaken. Divide just gets a little bit overstacked. Karan hit a headshot into a body shot at range with the Sheriff. Absolutely nasty. Forsaken, though, showing a little nastiness of his own. Cleaning up when he's on low health, keeping that gun, keeping that economy going. Yeah, and
now
there
we
it
have
is.
the operator in play. The desk was talking about it. How do you try to deal with Texture with this op in hand?
Look where he's at. We all know what he can do at this door.
Well, fortunately for Paper X, they don't have a Killjoy.
That's the good news.
Less of a concern for them, but it's going to be a Thrash coming through. At least to scout in towards Market. Texture, ooh, not hitting the flick. Snaps down the cloud. Spammed down to 5 HP. Peeks out.
Nice one.
Get the elimination. So that's how you deal with it. You just overwhelm him. Up and over the top. Foxy 9 obliterated. Ash will be able to get the shot there. Put down the enemy rage. The player advantage is here. Prowler not cleared. Running out of bullets. Running out of life. And this flank is even noted by Defy, who's holding down mid. Cowan able to go ahead and get a kill back. Keep his weapon in hand in all likelihood. But Paper Rex still looking to advance forward to try to run this back.
दो बज गए यार.
Now, just about to be 4 rounds. Karan is still damn clean.
Yeah, he's still hitting good shots. That's okay. Plenty of money, though, in the bank, and something's even going to scoop up that operator from Texture's dead body.
कोई तो आया.
The angle. How aggressive do they want to be with this, though? And that op is quite a nice prize, especially for Paper Rex. Something would love to use that to control some mid space, or just try to outduel his opponents in main. Go of this. Doesn't look like it.
Now we'll be able to retain this one, so just the one rifle going to be carried over here. But
Nice.
Paper Rex now,
this is
shrinking the gap down to 4 rounds, and yep, something is going to keep that operator.
Just a beautiful. This is just a beautiful round. Forsaken gets a little lucky on the wide sling. I'm not gonna lie.
किधर जाओ और
It's the follow-up in mid, using the Thrash to clear space, to set up Jing for the showstopper, to get into the site and just break things apart. So that's really, really nicely done by Paper Rex. And then using that util to make sure Ash isn't comfortable there. Little things that they're doing on the block. So impressive. Their coordination is just so
प्रेशर में खेलेगी जिंजी फिर.
when they're in the heat of the moment.
मेरे को पता है भाई. ओ यार. ठीक देगा.
That's the weapon now on the floor.
ऑपरेटर चला रहा है भाई. एक और. माँ कसम किधर देख रहा है भाई ये. देख किधर रहा है भाई. देख किधर रहा है तू. आप जा रहे. ए पे जा रहे. ए पे जा रहे. केजे घुस गए. केजे घुस गए. ए भी घुस गया भाई. केजे. अरे यार. अकेला 1v2. 1v3, sorry.
A bit more damage there from the paint shell. And now is going to fall to 13.
Yop being pinged out by Paper Rex. It's noted by Gen G as well.
Let's be भाई.
Have to dodge every single
Nice
bullet,
one.
kill every single player. And Jing will go ahead and take it down. 3 rounds now in a row here for Paper Rex. 3 rounds separating.
Yeah, this is getting a little dicey. I mean, you already conquered one of the big hurdles that you're going to face on this half, and that's Texture's first operator. And now you're kind of in cruise control. And when, oh when, if this keeps up, does Gen G pull the trigger on another timeout? A couple away from some ults. Munchkin 1 away from his, Ash 1 away from his, 2 away for Foxy 9. Texture could get the Blade Storm. These are going to be the big ones to speak of. Devi could get a pit. Try to utilize that, but Spike's going to be in the back. Paper Rex looking for some contact plays. Needs a lot of util to clear this angle.
Let's bring the op forward. Here around the corner, drone, the check, quickly gets cleared.
Now
where something's at, but outside of that, not much other information going to be gained here.
Just trying to get a feel for how many players were there at B to see if they could make their entry, but didn't really get a good idea. All you know is the Sova's there, and that's not very surprising on this map, so...
Tough things too. Jing up and over the top. Karon eating some damage. Quickly has to back away. Considers going refill this space. For now, it's just going to be playing the close angle here. We're going to see if anyone comes creeping out of that smoke.
Trying to obscure their numbers. There's going to be a little bit of noise made by something, but just not for...
the entry, but nope. Jing has to tuck in towards Wines. A quick pivot as Paranoia comes across. Sees dodged by the teleport. Karon just swiftly repositioning.
That caught
Spot
a
out
bunch
on the
of
multiple players. It's just going to be a re-ramp in towards Tree.
Time. This might have sold it, though. They're playing off that 0 point brilliantly.
Karon now spotting on Munchkin, going to be doubling back, but they're not sure what the numbers are going to look like quite just yet, and Munchkin now can confirm it. Quick peek in, Karon good for the one tap, puts down to 5 with the pressure. It does not let up. Jing finding the kill, the jump up, ping reveal on to 3. That might have just cooked up his texture. Pops the knives. Whoa! Tries to throw him back out, but Jing does mention
हाँ
one
बोल यार पेपर एक
as something is flanking around towards
बढ़िया प्लान किया यार
with an operator at the ready, but the rocket cannot fly.
ओ 1v1
Picked up the headshot down. Ash dead. Foxy 9 gonna try to challenge.
अरे यार
Don't interrupt my work.
A scrappy
थोड़ा
chaotic round.
क्लिप हो जाता ना भाई
It's one that Gen G barely comes out on top of.
Oh my goodness. It is heart pounding for these two teams. I mean, just oh so close. It looked like Paper Rex was maybe going to get this done, but this ping reveal and also catching Forsaken on the TP on top of Jen. Nobody's checking heaven there for Paper Rex, and that cost them big time. Texture catches them completely off guard. Ash able to shut down the showstopper, and Foxy 9 once again comes up clutch for Gen G. And yeah, okay, Alex, he's even laughing at that one. That one was
frustrating but fun.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh boy. Well, multiple opens gone and just playing
Nice
off
one.
the Prowler. Texture dead to the spam.
Gone here.
Great little setup there. He is not ready for that at all.
Ah,
Swing in, Ash.
nice one,
Take
nice
it down,
one.
clear off the turret. Fox
अरे यार
still maintaining control here of B.
सेलिब्रिटी के पीछे ही बैठा था वो भाई
Making a lot of noise.
ए बेटा nice one
They have the Prowler to go ahead and sport forward. Swing in, Karon on the reposition. Tries
ओ
to get
2v3
find the transfer. Right click, send, gets the flash.
अबे क्या कर दिया यार
Command immediately popped here as Munchkin. Just for the rotation. Foxy 9 to join in. Door shut, single face in. Patman finds the headshot, puts the robot down on the floor.
plant
Foxy 9 do it again.
This is a lockdown, but does he want to send it? Looks like the answer is yes, he does.
Why not?
भाई गलत जगह पे कर दिया
Gonna be something saying, okay, I can push
कुछ
in and
भी
I can go
नहीं
ahead
कर
and clear
सकता
this. Eats the hawk reveal.
Nice one.
Cannot get the shots adjusted.
nice
The
one
double
nice
face from
one
Paper Rex benefits them heavily. They bring the gap to 3 once again.
It's just crazy. So many of these rounds just come down to split-second decision-making. It looks
अरे
like
भाई
maybe
थोड़ा
Munchkin with that
इसमें
re-wrap over into A main would maybe be able to turn this round on its head. Jing with that opener, with that 2K through mid, gave a huge advantage to Paper Rex. A great flash around the corner. Divide not ready at all for that re-wrap, but steady hands there off the back of the lockdown, and Foxy, yeah, couldn't quite get it done that time, but he's been
हर बार के तेरे को ही चाहिए क्या भाई
They're back on the Sheriffs, though.
पेपर एक भी खेल रही है
In the gutter a bit. Still the Hunter's Fury, though. Batman has a Nightfall. We're going to get closer to the showstopper.
5 more games यार
Oh, the fight is so damn good.
देखो
Texture. Just take something's head clean off. He's the only one that was in the sight. No one else pushing alongside him, and that's just delivered a Vandal into the hands of Munchkin.
Something went wrong there. Nightfall wasn't even sent. Maybe a little bit of a miscommunication for Paper Rex. Leave Divide tucked into Wine. Trying to find some open space in the mid, and now Gen G's gonna flex out on the map a little bit more. Munchkin had a great read on this round. Had all of the pieces in place. Trying to counter that alarm bot. Not surprising to anybody, but I gotta win some battles here as
Right.
Paper Rex. Jing
अरे फिर क्या कर रहा है स्पाइक लेके अरे भाई
gonna be ready. He is.
Gun here. Cover going
A weapon on offer here. One of his teammates. Karon, what in the ever-loving
30
hell?
seconds left.
So damn crisp with that shot. The follow-up going a bit wide. Defy will be able to flush him out. Conquers his demons. As that Nightfall does connect. Hit now invested. Spraying through just a hair off. The push though with the body.
Oh my god.
Someone
Oh.
Batman hits the transfer. He versus texture. The swing.
Nice one, nice one.
Gets the Red Bull clutch.
से निकाला है राउंड
I
भाई.
just don't understand. It's just insane. It seems like somebody's got an advantage and then it goes away, and then somebody else has an advantage and they rip it out from the other team's hand. I mean, these are disgusting share shots, as you expect from Gen G. This is what kind of part of what led them to win a Masters trophy last year was their unbelievable eco rounds. And they almost do it again, but just barely. Patman, the new player to the stage, comes through.
I mean, he's. I get it. Why is it this close? Why does my rookie have to clutch against what started as nothing but sheriffs?
Yes, I'm in pain as well watching some of those rounds. I'm not gonna lie. You have an operator here being purchased up for texture, so that's gonna cut down to a couple guardians. Gen G wants to give him another opportunity to close this map out with that powerful sniper rifle. On away here for something for the Thrash as well. If he can find a kill, he could clear out towards A.
Munchkin needing to hold the line. Jing now one away from that showstopper, but Munchkin just goes off a
यार एक
target.
गेट बार
He's the brunt of the damage. Get off the start here once again as Prowler's going forward. Paint Shell's going to be sent. Quick little exit on the tailwind there, but Prowler chases up towards heaven. Does not necessarily know Karon, but he will still fall. Showstopper going to be sent, lobs it up, gets quite a bit of damage there on the texture, but cannot confirm the kill.
Spike
Nice one.
planted.
Still alive, still can have impact. Tagged it down. Let's get everybody here into position. That's 0 point. It goes deep. It doesn't actually get a catch there on the divide. Take it playing forward. Finds one, and Batman gets the other two.
Oh, टेक्टर भाई किधर है? टेक्टर भाई सेव कर राउंड.
Paper Rex within touching distance, 1 round separating.
Just incredible.
Up सेव करो.
And it's just crazy how aggressive they can be, even after they lose a player.
They're gonna hunt.
They should.
पैसा लगा रहा है पेपर रैक.
Texture gets the first. Still
सही
two
रहे.
players to try to get through though. No util to try to really flush them out aside from a snake bite. It seems like they will be content to go ahead and keep themselves alive. 11 to 10 though. Paper Rex are running this back.
Karan trying to be cheeky there. I noticed that he was holding an angle with that smoke, trying to duck himself into hell.
One enemy remaining.
And Jing just sniffed it right out. Patman again.
Jumped it.
Oh yeah, monster on the loose.
Coming through, he's gonna try to peek.
Hey, यार
Let's
पकड़
get
ले
the
पकड़ ले.
takedown, he's out into the open. They're trying to keep protecting the dash. Comes to the rescue. Finds a kill on a Forsaken. They buy enough time. Texture able to go ahead, escape back. And that is brutal. They should have had him dead to rights.
They don't throw the Nightfall either. They just don't feel like they have the opportunity to do so. Munchkin knows they're coming. He's ready to try to delay here with the fragment. Has 2 flashes as well. So he can buy a lot of extra time, but Paper Rex doesn't feel like they really got there quick enough. Doing a little bit of diligence, checking mid.
Peak is found.
Pagal.
Set on a different angle, tries to flash himself in, and then ends up moving around a bit too much to buy. Able to find one with texture. Headshot off the arm. Comes away with one onto something. Tries to get the kill there onto Jing, but Padman swings around the back of Jen.
Paid plant.
Brings it now into a 3v3.
That is beautiful movement from Jing. He knows the operator's there, and he's setting Patman up. Tees it up beautifully. Oh my goodness.
Jing now there at hell. The Prowler to check over towards main. Allows him to go ahead and place Devi in that position, fan out a bit more. Shock darts checking the obvious angles. Ash on the approach here. Some shots down. Jing dead. Foxy 9. The recovered Vandal puts it to damn good use. Devi now. Not much more to do other than spray and pray. Gets rewarded with one, but on the re-swing gets the headshot. He's fishing for it, but he's run out of bullets. And Foxy 9 can just hold it down. Absolutely unbelievable. A borderline thrifty. A stuck defuse as Gen G get up to map point.
Oh my god. I mean, this is just insane. It looks like they might have the opportunity. Patman playing off of Jing so nice, and that is such a good jig from Jing. But then Foxy 9 again comes up unbelievably huge. Just nothing that Devi can do. Yeah. Heartbreak.
Oh boy. Well, sees connecting. Jing quickly getting in on top of Karen, comes away with that kill, scoops up the weapon. Door slammed in Munchkin's face, nothing to do until the rest of the team gets there and try to back him up. 4v5 attempt, the retake, something on a very deep line. Trying to watch in case anybody wraps around towards Gelato.
He's trying to delay.
0 point only finds one. Thrown out, gets the scout. Forsaken forced to reposition. Back in from here is going to prove to be so damn difficult. Patman does get tagged up, no. 17 health remaining is Jing. They're all lined up. They're there, the smoke, the flash. It doesn't connect onto him. He's not even able to come away with a single kill somehow. It's Forsaken and Patman collected him.
क्या हो गया था भाई, मारना था भाई उसको.
Something pays off.
हाँ भाई, और टाइम चाहिए भाई.
Getting thrifty
क्या?
to pulling off a flawless and being one round away from taking us into overtime.
And the economy for Gen G is in the gutter. There's going to be stingers and other accoutrements being bought here for them. A beautiful entry there, able to get that seize to connect onto Karan to set up Jing nicely. He gets up there, disrespects the fragment. And it didn't matter, they had him dead anyway, but seeing some really, really cool ideas in these post plans from Paper Rex. One more hurdle to go, some big ults. Lockdown in play, Munchkin's got his ult. Meanwhile, Paper Rex, not really close of any to speak of. Maybe Forsaken gets one of the shadows, but it's really not generally going to be the most impactful. Jing continues to be on duty of clearing the Killjoy util. Foxy right around the corner, not going to be a position to initially punish it. Then Paper Rex kind of anticipating that maybe that was going to be the play this time. Genji's hasn't really tried that before. Jing's been getting a lot of freedom in this space. This is all just kind of maybe a ruse to bait Paper Rex in.
What about cleared? Prowler.
Nice one.
Foxy 9 able to at least make that a 1-for-1. Patman now spotted out up there in the corner. Shockstar takes it down to 45. The push out of the smoke. Ash going to be good for one. Munchkin finding the other. 3v2. Gen G in with a player advantage.
Plant कर भाई, जल्दी जल्दी plant कर.
Texture still there on that A site. Now can start to rotate. The weapons are going to be quite far away though, so getting a recovery on those may prove to be a bit difficult aside from the one in market.
Quick early seize there from Patman, but Devi not finding anybody to catch off of it.
One up over the top, reveals two. Texture not going to be noted by that
नहीं
one.
भाई नहीं. Oh, nice. Nice one.
And it's all on Karan. Just the stinger in hand, and it's good enough. So damn close to OT, but still.
क्या था भाई ये, क्या हो गया भाई. उसको पीछे चुप बैठना था यार, उसको डिप करने के लिए आने देना था.
crumbling apart. Just Munchkin holding from screens. That's all it took. He didn't need much time to get those kills. And that absolutely will be a tilter. Gonna have another operator as well for Texture. He's got the Blade Storm behind it. It's gonna be an operator for Divide. Guardian for something. Let's see what they want to do with that. Could be passed around as the round goes through. Yeah.
Texture just fearlessly pushing forward. Finds Jing there in the corner. Clearly Gen G doing their research, learning the tendencies here of the Joman. As Ash above on pipes. It's the double swing, and they're just not looking for him at all.
Down A.
2 quick headshots. And this round is donezo.
Yeah, you gotta save now. Gotta keep that operator in play.
Last player standing.
Certainly have to back away now. So we got about a minute to just hang out.
Yeah, we've got some time.
This one happened pretty quickly. Toronto, how you guys doing today?
Turret's destroyed.
We like that. Glad you're having a good time.
He's in trouble now, though.
Yeah, pressure starting to come through, so maybe not as much time as we suspected. Gets himself his first kill. As Munchkin will fall. Gonna try to rescale up the top. Texture down below. Scoped in. Completely and utterly surrounded. Cloudburst trying to keep him covered. And there you go. Texture plays distract. Foxy 9 comes in off the back, and that's 4-1 now for Gen G.
Yeah, this is just kind of one of those moments where Paper Rex just sort of gets tunnel vision as they're trying to make their way in towards the site. The double TP is being read nicely by Gen G, and something Forsaken not really anticipating that, you know, okay, well, Texture wasn't up on pipes. Maybe nobody's up there, but Ash tucked in and finds 2 great kills. And that is absolutely going to require a timeout from Paper Rex.
Maintaining control.
And yet a few ideas for Paper Rex that maybe looked like they come to fruition. One of those TPs from Jing catches opponents off guard. Karan just so fearsome. He is one of the best side anchors on the planet. And he's one of those players that everybody talks about that you don't want to be going up against when you're trying to make your way through, because he is so clean. He just makes things miserable. And not a boot. You've got a ton of ults for Gen G. Fair share for Paper Rex as well. They're going to overstack mid here.
This is where maybe
just to see.
Yeah, maybe where we see those ults invested. Get into a post plant. Pit from Patman could be very, very strong.
It's just getting there. It's been tough for Paper Rex.
Forward push from Karan. Bit of a change up here in his positioning. Texture about to be hunted. Patman should be good for this kill here. You would suspect this. Yep, the shot goes wide. Patman able to collect. Something now trying to go for the entry here alongside Jing. The TP up over the screen. Something pinching in from below. Karan gets taken down. That's a two-player advantage now. Boy, the side of Gen G, but immediately 3 kills found in response. Foxy, Ash, and Munchkin all finding one. The flanker now dealt with. And they have the player advantage. Hunter's Fury not going to be invested here off the plant. Gen G certainly going to be feeling favored as Shock Dart's just going to be lobbed in. There's just no way to destroy this. They have to back away. They have to respect it. Divine just able to work his way out, but no post plant util. The pit in response. Munchkin looking to make this unassailable. It's that much more pressure on Forsaken. Playing down here on the ground floor. The push forward finds the first. The defuse, however, being held. Foxy's done it again. The Red Bull clutch as he just holds it down.
It's just unbelievable. I mean, Paper Rex is looking like they've got some good ideas on their scaling into sight, but once they get there, things just start to fall apart. These screens, angles just aren't being dealt with. And they're giving Gen G some good looks. When they keep pressing forward, when they find those initial kills, they get this confidence in them. Like, they can keep pressing, they can keep clearing space. And instead, Gen G just holds the line. I mean, these contact plays for Gen G throughout this event have been unbelievable.
A lot was invested there. Just the pit now retained. Divide one away from trying to get that lockdown online. Textural re-swing back behind yellow. Looks like maybe a late little linger here from Forsaken. Well, that would have been the hospital flick right there had he landed it, but Forsaken does get to breathe a sigh of relief. Keep his life intact.
I mean, even if you get that lockdown, there is the counter for Ash with the Hunter's Fury, but well, now he knows that it's a pretty good spot for him.
Swing out, something does manage to find Karan up over the top. Cloudburst, really lending credence to this position, but Ash on the re-swing does get taken down. Something does get traded out by Munchkin. Their own pit now in play here for Paper Rex. TP heard, Foxy 9. Suffering Fire able to find one. Shock Dart takes him to one. And that's going to be Patman cleaning it up. Paper Rex going to be able to go ahead and find their second round win. Texture with the operator certainly does not want to play into this site.
I mean, again, now Paper Rex is starting to find some adjustments. They're able to scale into sight very nicely, and they have the pit there for a little bit of extra comfort. And Jing trying to get active with those TPs, but so far, that's mostly been dealt with by Gen G, but the rest of the players doing their job. Ash had a moment there when that Cloudburst was going down that something wasn't even looking in his direction. Might have been able to find the kill, but was just pulling off and ended up paying the price. Yep, that's Texture just holding the line there.
Not going to be rewarded with any hunters here. Paper X will go ahead, stick together, exit back out through A main. So Op going to be held over. Paper X get themselves their second round, and crucially, do not have to use the lockdown to get the win. So still have that in their back pocket as we get ready to go in around 9.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the very least, to bait out a Hunter's Fury. There's going to be a Blade Storm for Texture behind this operator, though. It's very, very scary. So now he's got extra options for the retakes.
One enemy remaining.
Patman there. Knew where Munchkin was. They saw him when he killed Jing. And they're able to clean him out nicely. See if they can string a few more together here. Try to put some mid pressure. You have Munchkin there. Foxy as well, going to try to plug that gap under 2. They're looking for that TP up and over 2 from Jing.
See if we'll get the Cloudburst, but hearing it popped, should still give the information over to Paper Rex, and we're still very suspicious about his back yellow position. Watchparty getting ready to come through as Texture readjusts, finds something. Cleans up that kill, now wants the re-peek. And he is rewarded for it. Forsaken gonna be taken down. Munchkin reading the flank, coming in here under two. Calls up to the classic, swaps to the Phantom, and eventually finds his target. Jing will clean up the Viper, but finds himself in a 1v3. Spike still back over by the garage.
I have the spike.
Picks it up, but likely feels like he's got no other recourse than to try to play this out, to try to clutch it.
This is difficult to say the least. Try to TP forward. Foxy9 right around the corner.
That swing getting ready to come through. Not even necessary. Ash will go ahead and find it at long range. Gen G preventing Paper Rex from finding any back-to-back round wins.
Yeah, this is now very scary for Paper Rex. You've given up a positive defender side on Icebox to Gen G. And against Team Heretics, you were so destructive on your attacker side. You just can't get anything going here. This time, you know, using that shock dart, thinking you've cleared Texture enough behind yellow. Texture's always gonna re-peek. He's always gonna dip back into that. He hasn't ever really needed to. This time Paper Rex are really gonna spread the map. A quick TP up tube, but Jing TP's right back. Meanwhile, Karan has Pipes control. It's been noted though.
You're trying to watch here before this swings in. Shot goes a little bit wide. Pac-Man gonna try to collect it. Does just that. Flank now gonna have to be a concern here for Gen G overall, though it's gonna be a 1-for-1.
You should run.
Swing out, something dead. Foxy9 able to find the kill right as the lockdown gets infested. Paper Rex scrambling as Forsaken similarly.
Spike down.
He's trying to get back in, but now it's just a lockdown. The two players from Paper Rex, worlds apart. The spike out wide in the open. Who can take the first step to trying to claw this one back?
I got the spike.
Spike is going to be recovered. Patman going to try to scale forward. Does he read Foxy's position at all? No, he's trying to escape to get away from the dart so he doesn't get revealed. But Foxy is laying in wait. And that is now 8-2.
This just seems like it's going to be a play to sell a fake the whole way. But things just kind of crumble here mentally for Paper Rex. They're not anticipating. They're not understanding that negative space. They knew Karan was up on Pipes, and Jing still went for that duel and lost. It is baffling sometimes. As good as this team can be.
Here.
Definitely a little off course. It's going to be all stingers for them. They're just seemingly lining up for an A rush.
For the peak, point blank hits it. Cannot escape. Jing does well to get the punish, to get the trade. But Munchkin at the top of the screen. A pixel there to find Forsaken. Comes up with the kill. Swing around the back up. Patman looking for a little bit more. Runs out of bullets on the stickers. So Foxy9 able to collect two. Jing will be able to get on top of him to find the elimination. Brings it into a 1v2, but still does not have the spike in hand. Does get caught there by the drone.
I have the spike.
You know his position, the flank is coming through. Cue the Jaws music, Karon circling here, ready to strike.
Shadows traveling.
Some cycled smokes, and any kind of tap would lead to demise, but Ash will just find him, trying to explore around.
Last
9-2, Gen G. Looking to make this a swift one.
Texture just so fast. Even though the trap is set by Paper Rex, still Munchkin. That tight angle finds the shots. Foxy9 so good from up on Raptors. Just no hope there for Jing. I thought maybe he'd go for his ultimate. Had it available, but had no idea where the other player was. He knew where the Sova was, most likely because of the recon dart. Yeah, why not?
Unless Foxy sold it. I mean, they've got so much money, they might as well. Texture is just going crazy on that push, and something just turns around and says, oh, there you are.
Nowhere to run!
Quick kill found. Hunter's Fury now coming through. Munchkin is dead. Great little set play coming in, and suddenly Paper Rex are looking coordinated. They're looking great. They're looking clean. And you have to ask, where has this been for the entirety of this half?
I mean, what a way to end it. What a way to end it. Go flawless. Get the 9-3 curse, you know?
Could very well be the case. We'll see. I mean, it has to, again, start from the pistol. Gen G has not dropped a single one yet in this tournament. We'll see if Paper Rex can deliver that first loss and come back after halftime.
Esports is a $2 billion industry now, but it all started in dingy basements and cramped living rooms.
From how the pros train to how the money flows, this G2 and MasterCard series breaks it all down. 12 episodes, packed with insight and lessons for anyone looking to understand the world of competitive gaming. Ready to learn the game behind the game?
Stay tuned for what's next.
You won't want to miss it.
Gen G, though, quickly sliding forward in towards his A site, turn around the back to go ahead and try to alert them. Well, they realize that there's a flank coming through, but how many players? I don't think they're going to be able to read that until they hear the footsteps.
Oh boy.
Shock Dart going to be sent out, pushing up out of the smoke. Foxy 9 able to find one, get some collat damage as well in. There's something in Jing. Both tagged to hell. Munchkin now outflanking the flankers. Looks for the second, gets it, and it's a flawless pistol here on Icebox in this tournament. Gen G have not dropped a single one.
It's just been perfection. They've just found the sauce. I mean, these sheriffs are just unbelievable, but it's more about positioning here. This is all just about them understanding. You know, last time, if you think back to the defensive pistol round for Paper Rex, it was a three-man push towards B Garage, with Jing TPing in, throwing a paranoia, them collapsing on the players, trying to get out of their heretics. So immediately, Gen G, not receiving any resistance, is just so ready for these flanks. And Foxy 9 finds an angle that they're just not anticipating. And why not? Why not, Munchkin? Sure.
We'll have to see that one back. There's 3 players over towards Green, and Munchkin just manages to kill off 2 of them now.
You gonna double down on the aces?
Why the hell not? Leg spotted. Some damage across there onto Jing. Munchkin want to be able to try to find it. There's the 3K.
I'm just flabbergasted with Gen G. I mean, I knew they're good, but this form that they're coming into this event with is unbelievable. I mean, they look like they're ready to win another Masters.
They're looking better than they did at Shanghai.
100%. 100%. This is the best I've ever seen this team in this iteration. Like, with this current roster, hands down. They are just dominant.
Munchkin 19, 8, and 4. Is that your birth year? You're old.
Something around that, yeah. I remember when cars first started coming out, you know. Horses were going away.
Well, looks like they're going to try to die to the spike, or at least Devi will. Munchkin is lingering, so maybe making a 4-piece here. And now Foxy will take it away. So there you go. It's another flawless, though. There's Gen G just looking to just very cleanly sweep through the remainder of this map. Got so much firepower going into this. That's okay. All right, Munchkin.
Unbelievable. Right as the smoke is moving, he gets a glimpse of Patman. And just absolutely disgusting.
But look at the state of the economy here. Half armors from damn near everybody on the side of Paper Rex. 3 full armors, 2 Bulldogs, 3 Guardians. Gen G can absolutely convert this. Paper Rex gonna have to dig deep as something storming forward. Somehow doesn't see the head of texture there, but is still gonna be able to exit. Push out over towards pipes though, and Jing. The same cannot be said. Karan trying to lurk, and somehow something doesn't get that kill. 5 HP, he's still alive, he's looking for more. Forsaken will be able to say no. Here's one back, but player advantage there for Gen G. Now expounded upon. As Forsaken falls to the wayside, Patman, good for the lurk. 2v3, Devi. A quick texture, the drop down, the double face, the kill. Patman now needing to clutch once more, but Ash will not allow it. Bonus converted, match point found. Gen G
match point
are looking incredible.
It's just jaw-dropping. What do you do against this? I mean, they're just unbelievably skilled with so many different weapons. Doesn't matter what it is, like these one-tap guns, Sheriff's Guardians, phenomenal with those. Discipline is incredible. They take contact better than anybody we've seen so far here in Toronto. And I think it goes without saying now that this should absolutely be the last team picked out of Swiss, because they are just destroying. Forget it.
Texture just spraying and praying, getting rewarded. The rich getting richer, something. And Devi destroyed off the rip. Jing with a nice shot is able to find Munchkin, takes down the IGL. Texture gonna be out for blood, out for a little bit more. Second will fall. Jing with the second kill. Looks for a little bit more. Patman now needing to clutch it, but he cannot. 13-3, Gen G looking astounding, denying